Lucien POV. Earlier, when I saw Maris coming toward Auren, I knew too well that malicious intent she had in her eyes. Maris was looking for an opportunity to find her alone and then insult her in the best way she could. She was a classic case of rejection from me and having unhinged jealousy toward Auren. It was evident how much she wanted to be in the shoes of Auren. When she spoke with Auren and humiliated her in front of the other two Lunas, I was listening to her, thanks to my extrasensory perception. Also, the reality was that I couldn't stop myself from listening to Auren. It was like my entire being was attuned to her. Even my wolf was purring inside me like a kitten, nagging me to sit with her. While I talked to other alphas, Remus was only paying attention to her, and he loved her enthusiasm. The boy was having moon eyes for her, like she was the center of his universe. So when I heard Maris spewing venom to my Auren, I couldn't stop myself. Leaving the conversation in the middle, much to Tarian's chagrin, I just walked there and lashed at Maris, hitting her on the right spot below the belt, where it hurt the most. She left, her face painted with shame, but what happened next was something I wasn't prepared for. The two Lunas next to Auren bowed to me and left sheepishly. I sat next to Auren and asked, "You are fine?" I was surprised with concern in my voice. She nodded, and then she looked into my eyes. Fuck. Those gray eyes, they could look into my soul and destroy me, and I'd accept it happily. I felt so exposed in front of her. "Maris was offered to you, Alpha Lucien?" she asked in a cautious tone. I blinked at her question. I mean, after all that she just went through, she asked me this? I tilted my head and narrowed my eyes to assess her. Was she jealous of Maris, or was she sad about it? While jealousy was cute, her sadness was disturbing. "It doesn't matter," I replied. "Her father offered her hand to me a few months ago, but I refused." "Why?" she asked softly, her dew-like eyes drilling into me. "Because I didn't want to marry her. Simple. Or because you were afraid that she'd die after marrying you, and you took me in because my life is useless." I was taken aback by her question. "Auren, I'm not concerned about her. My concern only lies for you." She lowered her head, not convinced by my answer. I took her small hands in mine and squeezed them gently. "I could have married anyone I liked, Auren, but I didn't, because I chose you." She pursed her lips and looked away. Was my answer not convincing? God damn it. "Auren, you have to understand." "Alpha Lucien," Tarian's urgent voice cut through the conversation. "It's time for dinner. People are waiting." I looked at Auren, who appeared crumpled, and I didn't like it at all, so I pulled her to her feet and said, "Stop being jealous of something that wasn't there. Come, let's have dinner." But why did I feel like this was our first fight? On one hand, it made my heart flutter out of excitement and tenderness I'd never felt before. On the other hand, I didn't like the way she was sulking, and I didn't even know what I had done. But all I knew was that I wanted to correct this situation. As I tugged her with me to the long table where dinner was laid, I noticed that Maris and Bram were sitting farthest from us. Good, because I wanted to kill Maris for humiliating my Luna. I pulled the chair for Auren to sit on my right, as Tarian sat on my left. Then I sat at the head of the table. The alphas toasted for us, and I thanked them, but my entire attention was on Auren. At the end of the dinner, she said in a low voice, "I'd like to go out." I realized that she needed space, so I nodded. But I opened my mind link with Tarian and said, "Ask two of our fiercest warriors to guard her from the shadows." While I went to the adjacent hall with others to have wine, Auren walked out in the cool air of the night. My wolf became uneasy. There are so many unmated alphas out there. What if someone approaches her? She needs space. I can't impose myself on her, I argued, even though I was uneasy as hell. From the corner of my eye, I saw Bram and Maris leaving, which was good because I didn't want to see them. Having them here was like something bitter on my tongue that I couldn't quite spit out. Auren POV. I walked out of the hall into the open. Moonlight sprinkled over tall trees around the venue, making them appear darker, just like my thoughts. I had no right to feel jealous, but here I was, feeling this scathing jealousy. I was jealous of Maris when Bram chose her over me. But I was 1,000 times miserable now. I didn't know that she was offered in marriage to Alpha Lucien as well. My thoughts were unreasonable, but I couldn't help feeling possessive about Lucien. Of all the she-wolves in the world, why was it Maris always? I tipped my head up and looked at the stars and moon, sighing, wiping a lone tear that fell down my cheek. Auren, a deep voice came from behind, snapping me from my thoughts. Without turning, I knew who it was. I stayed silent because Bram was the last wolf I wanted to talk to. He came to stand in front of me. "I see that you're fitting well in your job," he commented. I gritted my teeth but didn't reply, staring at him with hatred, even though I was trembling on the inside out of fear. His rejection still pinched me, but I wanted to get away from him as far as possible. Having been born and brought up in his pack, under his constant abhorrence and dislike had its toll on my psychology. He took a step forward, invading my personal space. I flinched and froze on my spot. He leaned forward and inhaled my scent, shuddering visibly. Then his hand shot up and he took a strand of my hair in between his thumb and forefinger. "I have a proposition for you," he said in a low voice, his eyes never leaving my face. "After seeing you with Lucien, my wolf has revolted. He wants you back." My jaw dropped as I stared at him with wide eyes, disbelief crashing inside me. He brought my strand of hair to his nose and closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. "When you were in my pack, even though I couldn't accept you, your smell calmed my wolf. But ever since you've left, he is going crazy, and I have realized the biggest mistake of my life. The goddess chose you as my mate for a reason, so..." He leaned forward and whispered in my ear, "Come back to me, Auren. I'll reject Maris and take you as my Luna. You don't have to be Lucien's doomed bride." Auren POV. Disbelief blasted inside me, but it was revulsion that warred with every other emotion I was feeling for Bram. I stared at him as my mind scrambled for words. How could a wolf be so selfish to his mate? He openly told me that when I was in his pack, my smell calmed his wolf, and yet he didn't once come to soothe me or help me out. He just continued to watch me suffer. "You threw me in the dungeons for something I never did. Maris accused me, beat me, and you stood by and let it happen." My throat tightened, but I pushed forward. "You let me suffer because even though I was thrown in the dungeon, I was there in your pack. Your wolf could smell me and stay calm even as you did everything to torture me. Not once did you come to see me or ask if I was okay, because as long as my presence soothed your wolf, my pain didn't matter." He clenched his teeth in frustration. "You need to understand, Auren. You're just an Omega. How could you expect me to accept you? Your rank is far beneath mine. Do you think it was easy for me to accept the moon goddess's choice? I mean, how could fate give you to an alpha like me? It felt like a mistake, one I wasn't ready to accept. Oh my God, he was so shallow. And that's why you let me suffer? And if that is so, why have you come back to me now?" I asked, trying to rein in my tears. How much more could he hurt me? "Because now I can't live without you," he said, his voice laced with impatience. "It's unbearable inside me. My wolf, he's falling apart without you. He is a mess, but now that I am standing with you, he is calm." He exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "So I want you back, Auren. I see it now, that denying you wasn't right." I closed my eyes, my heart torn between that fading mate attraction and the one that he was trying to ignite. When I opened my eyes, I said, "So let me get this straight, that you knew that I might be your mate, and while you were constantly attracted to me, you went ahead and brought Maris to your pack and declared that she would be your Luna?" He shifted on his feet, tipping his head up. "Yes, at that time I didn't have an option. Maris has alpha blood and she was stronger than you, but..." He looked away. "I underestimated the power of a mate bond." His eyes landed on me again. "Come back with me, Auren." I scoffed. "So let me sum up for you, Alpha Bram. You played with me. You neglected the mate bond we had. It was you who rejected the bond, not me. You favored Maris over me to the extent that she kept blaming me for the smallest of the mistakes I didn't commit, and you just overlooked to please her. She punished me because I breathed the same air as you. She knew that you were my mate, and she punished me severely for that, and you continued to stand on the sidelines and watched me endure her torturing me. Why? You were so selfish to me at that time, and now that your wolf is unable to bear it anymore, you want me back? Look, Auren, I realize my mistake, and I'm ready to make amends," he said, trying to assure me. "Really? Can you give me back all the time I spent suffering?" I asked, my voice so hoarse with clogged emotions that my throat was hurting. "I can't," he replied. But if you'll come, I'll try to make up for that time. Wow. I shook my head at his reply. He didn't have the audacity to ask me out loud in front of others or in front of Alpha Lucien because he was scared of him. That's why he chose to corner me when I was alone. I crossed my arms across my chest. "And what about Maris?" I asked. He replied instantly, "I'll ask her to leave." "Oh, so you haven't asked her to leave until now? Even though you are suffering from inside and want me back?" He gaped at me. "I want to be sure that you will come back to me, Auren," he said without an iota of remorse. "How can I ask her to leave otherwise?" "Goddess, you are so horrible," I fumed. "She's the bird in your hand, while I'm the one in the bush, the one you hope to catch." He narrowed his eyes as his hand shot to my throat. He growled, "Auren, you are getting way ahead of yourself. Behave yourself. I am still your alpha, and you will talk properly with me and listen to my command. I will be doing a big favor to you by asking you to come back with me and then rejecting Maris. So you better fucking understand my dilemma. It's not an easy decision." I gripped his wrist with both hands. "Leave me." I heard a low warning snarl from nearby. He whipped his head to see who was there. There was no one, but he left me nonetheless. As I rubbed my neck, I asked, "And what about the treaty you've signed with Alpha Lucien?" "I'm sure Lucien will understand it. Since we are mates, he won't be able to stop you. If he stops you, I'll go to the High Council. In fact, he won't even attack us, because if he does that, the High Council would impeach him and imprison him. A moon bond is sacred above anything else," he pointed. My eyebrows shot to my hairline. "If a moon bond is so sacred, why did you reject me? Why did you send me to Alpha Lucien as his doomed bride?" He opened his mouth, but I put my hand up to stop him. "It was because you were inconsiderate, greedy, and egocentric. Not only you got rid of me, you used me to form an alliance with Alpha Lucien, and you tried to secure your future with Maris." "Auren," he seethed. "Yes, I did that. All that you said was important as against an orphan Omega like you. You are nothing, and by asking you to come back with me, I am actually stooping to a level I never thought I would. So you better come back with me, else." "Else what, Alpha Bram?" I said, my voice growing louder than I intended. "Else I am going to tell Lucien that you are my mate," he snarled. I took a rough breath in. I just could take his shit anymore. Chuckling dryly, I stepped back. "Alpha Bram, I will not be threatened by you. You may go and tell Lucien whatever you want to, but one thing is clear to me. I will never be yours. And I am going to do something I should have done long ago." His eyes widened in surprise or shock. "No, you won't," he seethed, taking a step toward me, understanding my intention. "You will not say a fucking word." Auren POV. Sienna was whimpering inside me because she was badly hurt, but I also knew that she supported my decision. So I lifted my chin up and said what I should have said long back. "I, Auren Cressida, accept the rejection of Alpha Bram Reed of the Crimson Howl Pack." "No!" Bram shouted in a hoarse voice, stumbling backward. He slapped his hand on his chest, his breath turning shallow. "No, no, no!" he rasped in agony. "You can't reject me!" Since he was an alpha, his pain was stronger than mine. He was on his knees and hands, crawling. "Take it back. I can't," he swallowed. "I can't bear the pain." As for me, I experienced the pain as well, but its intensity was less. Hurt, Sienna curled into a ball inside me, going silent. I clenched my fists tightly as tears ran down my cheeks. Even though it pained, I felt liberated. "Bram," Maris's voice tore through the night. "Bram, baby, where are you?" "Maris," Maris called her. "This bitch, shh, shh." Hearing his voice, Maris came rushing toward us. "Oh my goddess," she squealed as she glanced at me and then back at him. "What happened? What did she do?" "Ah!" Bram cried as Maris sat next to him and held his quaking shoulders with her hands. "This bitch, she hurt me. She's jealous of you." I shook my head in disgust. "And how exactly does an Omega like me hurt an Alpha like you?" "She hit me with that rock," he said, looking at a brick on the side that was embedded in the soil. Maris glared at me. "I knew it," she shouted. "She was always so jealous of me because you wanted me. How could you stoop so low, bitch? You're already dying and you want him also to die? Are you so vicious? Do you hate me so much?" I let out a dry chuckle through my tears. "I'm not jealous of you, Maris." Then I tilted my head and said to Alpha Bram, "Why don't you that you're hurting because I accepted your rejection?" Maris's mouth fell to the floor. The shock on her face was so satisfying that through all the pain I was experiencing, I wanted to laugh. I added, "He asked me to return, but I won't. You're free to marry him. You both deserve each other." Saying that, I spun on my heels and walked back, but I stopped after a few steps and turned to them. "And I don't hate you, Maris. I pity you." I turned and walked back, tears streaming down my cheeks because of all the pain in my heart. However, I felt good, like 1,000 chains that had shackled me in misery were destroyed. A few meters ahead, I saw Alpha Lucien standing, his arms crossed across his chest, watching me intensely. When I reached him, his dark gaze locked on my face, his muscles tense. A spark of warmth flared inside my chest. He said, "Let's go home." I nodded. Home. The word meant so much to me. His home was my home. I had officially untied myself from my pack and its alpha, and wholeheartedly committed to the alpha of the North. Lucien didn't try to wipe my tears. Instead, he placed his hand on the small of my back and guided me to the car. Something strange happened. An electric current fired down my body at his touch. There was this boldness that seeped inside me, drowning away all the insecurities I felt with Bram. I didn't know why, but I felt I was incapable of stopping what was to happen between Lucien and me. Was it the beginning of the end? When we sat in the car, Lucien pulled me in his lap. He cradled me there tightly without offering words of comfort, but his gesture was soothing. I needed a shoulder, in his case, a chest to cry on. So I cried until I couldn't. I mourned the loss of a mate who deemed me unworthy, and cherished the one who made me feel worthy at every step. Upon reaching home, Alpha Lucien didn't let me walk. Instead, he scooped me up in his arms and carried me to my room and tucked in the bed after taking out my shoes. "Sleep well, Auren," he murmured. "Tomorrow is a big day." Saying that, he switched off the lights and exited. I wanted him to stay with me, maybe lie down with me, but I couldn't ask him aloud. I don't know when I drifted into sleep. Of course, nightmares followed. Thorns, wolves, rejection and dark forest where I was lost, where tentacles of something dark slithered around my legs and pulled me into an abyss. I shouted for help, cried for it, but Lucien POV. As I closed the door behind me, I leaned against it, listening to Auren's steady breath. When I had sent my warriors to follow her, they reported to me that Bram was talking to her. My hackles raised and I strode to where they were, but stopped a few meters away, listening to their conversation. It was a shock to me that Auren was Bram's mate. At first, rage swelled inside me like nothing. Why didn't she tell me earlier? He had rejected her, and she had suffered all along. I wanted to kill Bram with my bare claws. However, on the inside my wolf was whining and whimpering, wondering why she hadn't accepted his rejection. He was paranoid and panicky. What if she didn't accept it? What if she went back to him? But if she went back to him, I knew I would respect her decision. However, after her I wouldn't marry or choose a breeder for my entire life. Consequences be damned. But Auren accepted his rejection. I was surprised by the amount of relief flooding inside me. Remus celebrated, dancing inside me like a kitten. Her answer to Maris was so sassy that my chest swelled with pride. Then something strange happened. It was like I was hit with a tsunami so strong that the world tilted on its axis. Ground shifted beneath my feet, and Remus snarled possessively, "Mate." My heart stopped for a second, only to beat wildly like that of a racehorse. A primal force surged through. It was raw and hit me like a storm, leaving me breathless. My muscles tensed and left me with a deep, aching pull in my chest. Remus prowled beneath me, restless and demanding. Mine. Auren was my mate. The momentary shock was overpowered with fierce possessiveness. The thought of anyone else near her, touching her or even looking at her, made my blood boil. She was mine to guard, to cherish and fight for. Mark her, claim her, protect her. Now, I wanted to kill Bram like yesterday, or anyone who hurt her. The feeling terrified me to the core. I never feared anything before, but losing Auren, that would be a nightmare I wouldn't survive. I didn't know if I could reveal it to her now, because she was already in so much pain. When she returned to me, she was crying. All I wanted was to comfort her in every possible manner. So I let her cry, but in my arms. She had to purge all the negativity associated with Bram. Only then she would be able to move forward. In her room, I tucked her in the blanket and came out, thinking of taking a shower. Instead, I opened the door of her room quietly and went back to her. Her body was covered in sweat. Lucien POV. I knew that before announcing Auren as my mate, I had to prepare for those who would come after her just to get to me. If people discovered that Auren was the mate of the strongest alpha of the North, they would scrutinize, be antagonized with her, and hunt her. While many would strike openly, it was the ones lurking in the shadows that I was afraid of. The thought of someone attacking her made a shudder run down my body. I wanted Auren to be happy. She was like sunshine in my life that was slowly driving away the darkness surrounding me. I could make everyone believe that she wasn't my mate, but how long would I be able to pretend, especially when I knew each and every detail of her curves that fit perfectly against me? The way beautiful gray eyes that rounded at the corner when she was curious, the scrunch of her nose when she was disgusted, and the list could go on and on. A brilliant idea came to me. What if I let other women like Sable come close to me? But the moment the idea came into my mind, I discarded it. Fuck. It was so repulsive that I felt like vomiting. In her room, I sat at the edge of her bed, watching her sleep. She was covered in sweat. Logic said that if I went any closer to her, my restraints would snap, and I should get out of her room as soon as possible, that I should move my legs, get up and go away before it is too late. But the only thing that moved was my hand. Surrounded by her intoxicating scent of warm apples, my wolf was going nuts. "Touch her," he argued. "What if she woke up and found me?" "I'd look like a creep," I argued. "Tell her that she screamed and you came to see her if she was fine." "That's what you've been doing all past nights," Remus suggested. I growled at him. "No, that's what you've been doing. You've been forcing me to shift and run to her at every damn opportunity over the past nights." "And look how she curled into me," Remus shot back, his tone laced with pride. Panic rolled over me when her head lolled to the side and a crease formed between her brows. She let out a whimper, her hands clutching the sheet. What was she dreaming? I removed her hands from the sheet, and suddenly her fingers curled around mine, as if seeking protection. Violent tingles sparked at the touch, and I took a ragged breath. My mouth turned dry. The emotions associated with her were now 1,000 times amplified. Auren rolled onto her side, clutching my hand tightly between both of hers. Her blanket shifted. She was so tempting to the level that the mere thought of touching her inappropriately was driving me insane. Not only was she the most beautiful girl on this earth, she was gloriously innocent. And no wonder so many people were attracted to her. I gritted my teeth. If anyone touched her, I was going to kill them slowly and painfully. I drew in sharp air, trying to control my desire for her. By now, her breathing had steadied, and the crease on her forehead was gone. She looked peaceful in her sleep. Since I couldn't trust myself or my wolf at this moment, I softly released my hand from hers and tucked her nicely beneath the blanket. Then I sat next to her, willing myself to leave, restraining my wolf to break free. Slowly, after what felt like hours, I reluctantly got up and walked out of her room to take a shower. Without opening clothes, I strode into the bathroom. There I turned on the cold water and stood under the shower for a long time, willing my to go down. It was a big day tomorrow, and I didn't know how I would keep myself away from my mate for 12 hours. I had this strong urge to tell her that I was her mate, but what if she balked? She had already suffered a lot with one brutal rejection. Would she even believe that she had a second chance mate? Her wolf didn't react like my wolf, and so I was sure her wolf was traumatized to the point that she had gone silent inside her. Either way, I was only restless. I tossed and turned in bed until my mind was utterly exhausted. Sleep came, but only in restless fragments. When I woke up in the morning, the first thing I did was to dash to her bedroom. Shock blasted inside me when I didn't see her inside, and it was just 5 a.m. Did she run away? No. Goddess. No. Was she kidnapped? Hell. I darted down, taking 2 steps at a time, leaping off the rail of the stairs, landing in the main hall. I was about to shout for Vivi, when all at once a shadow emerged from the darkness on the left. Alpha, Lucien? I whipped my head to see who it was. Sable? I growled, my claws coming out. What are you doing here? She immediately inclined her neck, submitting to me out of fear. Alpha, Lucien, I came to apologize for my behavior in the celestial soiree and at Joyce's boutique. I narrowed my eyes, my mind racing to all the infractions from she continued. I asked you to dance with me when you should have danced with Lady Auren. I didn't buy her shit, but I was curious as to why she was in my house so early in the morning. And I encouraged her. I should have been respectful toward her. Instead, I acted on impulse. There were tears in her eyes. You see, I couldn't sleep last night because, she pursed her lips, because you are the only wolf I've ever loved, and now you're marrying someone else. It's painful. A snarl escaped my lips in a warning to her. Careful, I growled. She was down on her knees. Please, Alpha Lucien, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I just wanted to convey my feelings even if it meant that you would throw me in the dungeons. She started crying. I glared at her. The way her heart thudded, the way her emotions flickered from fear to guilt, telltale signs of a liar. What was her agenda? If you've conveyed your feelings, you may leave, and don't ever speak with me like that. Goddess above, give me strength not to kill her. She stuttered. No, I won't. I just wanted to make it up to Lady Auren. She wrung her hands in front of her. Can I help her get dressed up for the wedding tonight? Lucien POV. I cocked an eyebrow at Sable's strange request. It was evident that whatever she said initially about being in love with me was crap, but this request to assist Auren seemed genuine. But still, I didn't believe her. My personal stylist Dahlia has returned, and so I don't need your help, I replied. And now you may. Suddenly, there was a loud clang, like a heavy metallic thing dropped on the floor, followed by a groan. The sound reverberated in the house. I snapped my head toward the source. Someone was in the kitchen. I sniffed the air. Was it Auren? Was she in some kind of trouble? Panicky, I darted toward the kitchen, every dark thought crossing my mind. When I reached there, I saw that the fridge was open and its dim light illuminated the person in front of it. Smell of warm apples wafted. Auren? I muttered. What was she doing so early in the morning? How dare you raid this fridge, Omega? Sable's voice came from behind me. Don't you know that this is Alpha's kitchen? Before I could say anything, she strode in front of me to reach the fridge and slapped her hand on the shoulder of the person, making her spin sharply. What kind of manners have you been taught here? The fridge closed behind her as Auren turned sharply. I saw her with an apple in one hand and a strawberry smoothie in the other. Her eyes rounded at the corners as she looked at Sable and then at me with a pale blush rising. Relief flooded inside my chest that she was fine. She looked so beautiful with messy golden hair and sleepy eyes that I wanted to go and kiss her senseless. But I clenched my fists and stayed in my place, scared that my actions would give away her status of being my mate. Oh, Lady Auren? Sable rasped, stepping back immediately in surprise. Glancing at the apple, she chuckled. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Are you here raiding the fridge like a thief? A snarl escaped me in a warning to her. Careful how you talk, Sable. Just then Tarion entered the kitchen. He had come to call me to the training grounds. I noticed a lot of hurt in Auren's eyes, and she placed the apple and the smoothie on the table. My heart cracked and rage bubbled inside my chest. I wasn't stealing. Since I hadn't had dinner yesterday, I was very hungry, Auren explained. Oh, I am sorry, Sable apologized. I only mean that you didn't have to steal things from here. You could have asked someone to bring it for you. Tarion narrowed his eyes. He glared at her and said, This is Lady Auren's home, Sable. Do you accuse the queen of stealing from her own kingdom? Or... He rounded the island table and walked to her. Or are you having trouble remembering your place? Sable jerked her head back in complete surprise. This was such a slap on the face that she blushed in embarrassment. I didn't mean that, Beta-Tarion. I was just... Oh, you didn't mean that? Are you trying to say that you couldn't smell her when you reached the kitchen? What kind of a wolf are you? Sable gulped because now she couldn't wriggle out of the deliberate situation she created to insult Auren. Tarion retorted, Please understand one thing. Lady Auren will be my Luna, and I won't tolerate anyone speaking ill of her. If anyone does that again, I'll simply throw them in the dungeons. Pride swelled in my chest for my beta. I always knew that Tarion would protect Auren with his life, but this was a step beyond. This was his way of showing his loyalty. Did he suspect that Auren was my mate? While Sable gasped, Auren's lips curled up and she came to me, deliberately biting the apple slowly. Immediately, even though I tried my best to stop myself, my arm wrapped around her waist on instinct. Before I knew it, I pulled her flush against me. It calmed my already frayed nerves and my wolf. I turned my gaze at her with affection pouring from every fiber of my being. Then she turned to Sable and politely said, "I don't need to steal what already belongs to me." She let the words sink in before adding with a small, knowing smile, "But I do appreciate your concern. It's good to know you're so invested in ensuring things are done properly at your alpha's house, but that won't be needed from now on." She looked at me. "I'm here to take care of him and his house." Fuck. Her words made my heart tangle in a flurry of emotions I wasn't prepared for. Fierce possessiveness gripped me. Auren not only declared that she was the mistress of my house, but she was claiming me in her own subtle way. That awakened something primal inside me, something dark and territorial. It looked like she challenged Sable. I couldn't help admiring her. She wasn't the weak, doomed, disposable bride they all thought she was. She was proving herself to be far more dangerous. Suddenly, I realized how Auren treated the situation. She took advantage of what Tyrion said. She came to me intentionally to show Sable who I belonged to and that this house was hers. It added to the overall effect when I curled my arm around her waist. "Brilliant, Auren, brilliant." Auren took a loud bite of her apple. Ignoring Sable totally, she looked at me. Fluttering her eyelashes, she said, "My alpha, would you like me to make breakfast for you?" I was completely lost in her. I let out a sigh and nodded. Her words hit the nail in the coffin. Feeling like a third wheel, Sable started to leave, but just before leaving, she said, "Alpha Lucien, I really would love it if Lady Auren allows me to help her dress her up for the wedding." I looked at Auren for her decision. She said, "No thanks, Sable. Dahlia has already fixed the time. I won't need your help." Sable looked at me, wondering if I would support her. "You heard her, Sable," I shrugged. "Auren's decision is final." Sable pursed her lips and walked out of the kitchen. When we heard the door close, Tyrion seethed through the mind link. "If you like, I can take Auren to my house, but you won't let Sable come near her." "Don't compel me to murder my beta," I growled at him. "But make sure that Sable doesn't come near this house for the next few days unless invited." "Okay," he replied gruffly. Auren went to the fridge and took out the batter to make pancakes as I watched her with hooded eyes. "Seeing you watching her with moon eyes, I assume that you would be skipping the training today." Tyrion's voice came with a sigh in my mind. "Yeah, now leave." Tyrion exited, shaking his head, and I watched my beautiful Luna making food for me. In a few hours we would be married, Auren POV. Making breakfast for Lucien was calming. It helped me forget the accusations that Sable had made against me. Stealing food? Alpha Lucien's kitchen was so vast and had so much food that no one had to resort to stealing. Her words reeked of jealousy. I must have spaced out in my thoughts because I didn't realize when Lucien came to stand next to me. Seeing him so near to me was doing things to me. Like an explosion of butterflies just happened in my stomach when my eyes locked with his. Suddenly I craved his touch and stifled a whimper. Goddess! Just thinking that was enough to heat my cheeks. "Lucien?" I breathed. His gaze dropped to my lips and his eyes darkened. Yes, he seemed to have spaced out too as he stared at me. My lips to be precise. Did he want to kiss me? Shoving those stupid thoughts, I said, "I'm sorry for how I behaved in front of Lady Sable. She is an esteemed member of your pack and—" All at once, his hand shot to my hair, capturing a thick strand and threading it slowly between his fingers. "Forget about her," he replied. And then in a bizarre turn of events, he took the strand to his nose and inhaled it deeply, closing his eyes. When he opened them, they flashed golden. My breath lodged in my throat, and I stifled a gasp because I knew it was his wolf who was trying to surface. His chest vibrated with a rumble, his fangs slipped out, and I paled in fear. Did his wolf hate me? Sensing my fear, he immediately tucked the strand behind my ear, and his eyes returned to their normal color. "I'm sorry," he said through clenched teeth. Then without a word, he turned and stormed out of the kitchen with his fists clenched on the sides. My heart was thudding so hard that I leaned against the counter, clutching the edge. What was that? I sucked in a sharp breath. People of higher ranks were the same in every pack. I don't know why, but Sable's and Lucien's behaviors reminded me that I was nothing but a breeder, a means to an end. Why did Lucien leave without eating breakfast? Did I do something wrong? With a heavy heart, I found myself exiting the kitchen, walking toward the garden, and then before I knew it, I was in the forest surrounding the pack. Why was my vision blurry? I didn't fear the beasts in the forest, I feared the wolves of the packs. My own kind was rude, ruthless, unrelenting. I don't know how long I walked, but I stopped in a clearing that was covered with wildflowers. Tears streamed down my cheeks, and after several ragged breaths, I sank on the forest floor and sobbed. Did Lucien reject me in his own way? Lucien POV. As I sat at the island table, Auren's scent tugged me toward her. Before I knew, I was walking to her, and with every step her scent wrapped around me, warm and soft, laced with something maddeningly sweet. Her hair was a tousled mess from sleep, her skin glowing in the morning light. My stomach tightened at the sight of her, barefoot and in last night's dress that hung off her delicate shoulders, teasing glimpses of the curve of her throat and where her neck met her shoulder, where I'd place my mark. My wolf stirred violently. Claim her, now. Like a moth to a flame, I found myself standing beside her, holding a strand of her hair. I couldn't help inhaling her scent. A low growl rumbled in my chest when her intoxicating scent filled my lungs, seeping into my veins like wildfire. My fangs slipped out, and I had this primal urge to sink my teeth into her soft skin and make her mine right now. My control was slipping faster than sand through my fingers. One more second in the kitchen, and I would pin her against the counter and rut her senseless. Heat in my stomach coiled, tight and dangerous. My restraint was about to snap. I turned sharply and stormed out of the kitchen before I did something I would regret. Because if I stayed back, there would be no stopping me. When I reached my room, I was so furious with myself that I punched the wall, making a hole inside it with plaster splintering. How was I going to stay away from Auren if I didn't mark her or claim her? And if I did that, she wouldn't survive. The thought of killing her plagued every waking hour. How was I going to get out of this jeopardy? Why did you do this to me, Moon Goddess? You gave me a mate, and yet you threatened me to take her away if I marked her. Please lift this curse. I beg of you. Images of how Auren reacted to my wolf in the kitchen flooded my mind, coating me with guilt. I ran my fingers through my hair, letting out a rough exhale. I dashed back to the kitchen to say sorry to her. Seriously, I had fought battles, fought rogues, and planned massive financial coups, but at this moment, I was utterly lost. I had never apologized to anyone in my life, so my mind was conjuring different ways to say sorry to her for my sudden reaction. You scared our mate, I chided Remus. Then claim her, he growled back. As luck would have it, Auren wasn't in the kitchen. Vivi was there, discussing the menu for the day with an Omega. Where's Auren? I asked with my brows furrowing. Vivi shrugged. I didn't see her alpha Lucien. I exhaled in frustration. Opening my mind link, I asked Tarion, Did you see Auren? No, he replied back with a grunt. What happened? Tom entered the kitchen and I asked him. I saw her in the garden, he said. I rushed to the garden, but she was nowhere to be found. Where did she disappear? Dark thoughts fogged my mind. Raw panic clawed through my chest. My wolf howled frantically inside me. Find her! She could be in danger. My world tilted into chaos. A violent need to find her, protect her, surged through me. Maybe she had gone to her room. I dashed back to her room, only to find it empty. Like a mad wolf, I checked every nook and corner of my house, the living room, the dining area, the attic, and even the basement, but I couldn't pick up her scent. Every negative emotion crashed inside me in 1,000 times amplified version. My Auren, my mate, she was somewhere out there, hungry, hurt, and alone. She needed me. Did she leave me? I lost my mind. No, I shouted with a violent shudder. My pack was huge, and so even if she decided to leave me, I was sure that she would be within my pack's territory. Opening my mind link, I shouted to every patrol party out there, Find Auren! A horrible thought came to my mind. Did she go to the forest? What if she encountered shadow wolves out there? No, God, no. And then I ran toward the forest. If you're reading this book, you can follow me on FB at Mishak Writes, 1,000 years ago. As the moon hung high in the sky, bathing the Eldermere temple in its soft glow, Nakia stood before the moon goddess's statue. Her long golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, her blue eyes sparkled, and her beautiful face glowed as her heart thudded with both hope and trepidation. She wore a white robe that made her look like she was in clouds. She was a priestess born under a rare celestial alignment, with a direct blessing of the moon goddess. She was revered in her village, and the high priest favored her while all other priests valued her. She was waiting for Alpha Vaslov, the strongest wolf of the north, under whom all the packs were united. She had met him a few months ago when he came to hunt in the forest surrounding Eldermere. Their connection was instant. "Mate," he had growled, and ever since they both couldn't deny the fierce attraction, the fated love, that pulled them to each other with irresistible force. The high priest of Eldermere Temple had sensed their moon bond and was more than happy to offer her to Vaslov in marriage. "Nakia," the high priest said, "are you sure you want to marry him?" he asked, as if afraid of what might happen. She nodded. "Yes, he is all I dream about," she replied shyly. He chuckled. "Vaslov will be coming any time now. Once he accepts you, I will free you from the duties of the temple." The high priest had called him for this purpose. Her heart raced at his words. She looked at the flickering candles that she had lit in the temple for Vaslov's welcome. The scent of incense filled the air. Any time now. Excitement thrummed in her body. After this day, she would forever belong to her mate. This was a bond made in heavens and forged once in 1,000 years. Heavy footsteps on the marble floor echoed in the temple. Nakia couldn't contain her thrill, and she rushed towards the grand chamber with the high priest following her. When she entered the grand chamber, she saw Vaslov standing at the moonstone altar, and once again she was mesmerized by his beauty, the pure strength and charisma he radiated. With broad shoulders, golden eyes, and muscular build, he was evidently the most beautiful alpha. Blushing, she bowed to him immediately. "You honor me with your presence, Alpha Vaslov," she said, her lips quivering, her heart pounding like a drum. He looked at her with cold eyes, and then glanced at all the priests of Eldermere Temple who had flanked the high priest. Seeing his cold demeanor, Nakia felt a chill run down her spine. She looked at the high priest who had narrowed his eyes at Vaslov. Vaslov bowed to the high priest. "You wanted to see me?" he said in a frigid voice. "Alpha Vaslov," the high priest intoned. "We know that Nakia, the blessed priestess of the moon goddess, is your mate." His lips curled up tenderly. "And so we would like to offer her as your mate, a union that occurs only once in 1,000 years." When Vaslov didn't reply immediately, fear bubbled inside her. She clutched her robe tightly on the sides, waiting for him to say something. He had promised her that he would take her as his mate. But Vaslov narrowed his gaze, arrogance and greed flickering in them. "She's a priestess, but what power does she bring? Unfortunately, I can't accept her. Only a union with a strong alpha bloodline would give me true strength. I cannot settle for less." Nakia's heart sank as the chill of impending rejection settled in her bones. "No," she whispered. Turning his face toward her, Vaslov continued, "Hence I, Alpha Vaslov, reject my mate, Nakia, the priestess of Eldermere." His words cut through her like a blade. "No," she gasped as she fell down on the floor, her mind numb. A mild tremor shook the temple as Vaslov severed the divine bond meant to be unbreakable. She felt intense pain and tears rolled down her eyes. The pain in her heart resonated through the Eldermere Temple. It was a cry that reached beyond the physical realms, summoning the moon goddess. In a bizarre twist of events, dark shadows emerged from the floor and crept around her. Her despair turned to fury. "How could you do this to me?" she cried in a trembling voice. "You rejected our divine bond. You betrayed the moon goddess." "Nakia!" The high priest and others fell to their knees. "Don't do that!" Thunder followed, accompanied a bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky as the shadows started dancing wildly around her. It was as if the moon goddess was enraged by Vaslov's betrayal. Suddenly, the moonstone altar cracked and blinding light spilled out. Vaslov watched her in fear. She glared at him, her eyes flashing golden. "You've made a grave mistake, Vaslov. The goddess will have her revenge." Saying that, she closed her eyes. Another thunder clapped in the sky, and a voice boomed in the sky. "Your sons shall wed, but their brides shall perish, for you have violated the bond given by the divine." Piercing howls emanated from the temple as priests started shouting for help and mercy. Vaslov looked on in disbelief, realizing it too late that he underestimated the power of the divine bond he had severed. The shadows began to swirl around her as she lifted her arms up to the sky. The shadows entered her, hissing and howling. "Nakia!" the high priest shouted. "Come back, my child." But she was gone too far. The shadows coursed through her veins. The blinding light from the moonstone altar touched her, and another tremor rocked the Eldermere temple. The pillars started breaking and crumbling, dust and debris filling the air. The ancient stones groaned. The pillars toppled as Nakia sat in the center, enveloped in the shadows and illuminated by the altar's light. Vaslov stepped back in fear, watching her with wide eyes as she accepted the transformation, which bound her to the darkness and the moonlight. A few moments later, instead of Nakia, there stood the first shadow wolf amidst the ruins of the Eldermere temple. He snapped his head toward the priests and saw them also turning into shadow wolves, joining Nakia's raw, untamed energy. Suddenly, the voices whispered, "The bride's bane curses your destiny." And then everything went quiet. Vaslov couldn't believe what happened just now. Bridebane's curse? Fear cruised through him for what he had done. How would this curse lift? "Nakia," he whispered as he sank on his knees, staring at the place where she sat a few moments ago. "I'm sorry," he rasped. "Please take the curse back." But nothing happened. Dejected and panicky, Vaslov went back to his pack. He didn't mention a word there, but he married the she-wolf he had chosen as his bride. When he marked and claimed her, he was happy to notice that the curse wasn't effective. However, his bride died after giving birth to his heir, and that was the proof of the curse taking root. He cried and cried for the mistake he committed. He went back to the ruins of Eldermere with his pup to lift the curse, hoping that Nakia would forgive him. "Naya!" he shouted her name. "You can't make my pup suffer because of my mistake." As if hearing his plea, the shadows rose from the ruins and whispered, "Only a soul shackled will break the chain." Auren POV. I didn't know how far I had run. The trees blurred past me as my feet stung in pain from stepping over rocks and twisted roots on the forest floor. My breath came in ragged gasps, but I didn't stop. All I wanted was to be alone, to be away from everyone who caused me heartache. I wanted to be away from him. Away from everything. Without Sienna, I was so alone, like a husk without a soul. The trees opened into a clearing which was covered with wildflowers. It was such a beautiful display of vibrant colors. They swayed gently in the morning breeze. The wind carried whisper-like sounds. The air smelled sweet and fresh. It was so different from the toxic air that I was feeling suffocated in only a few moments ago. Sunlight dappled through the leaves, casting golden patches over the flowers and grass. I felt like all the heaviness in my heart was slowly weighing upon me. As a choked sob escaped my lips, I dropped to my knees. Tears streamed down my face continuously as I clutched my chest where my heart ached with a deep pain. Why was it that all my life I remained unwanted, unloved, and now even after I was going to be his bride, I still wasn't enough? Lucien didn't want me. I pressed my hands into the dirt in order to ground myself, but the pain remained. Flowers crushed under my palms. After what felt like forever, my tears waned and my breath steadied, and that's when I saw it. Not far from where I knelt, hidden beyond the thick grass, I saw a ruined structure. It looked ancient. I blinked, wondering if this was a trick of my mind, but then I wiped my eyes, and I saw it more clearly. It looked like an old temple, and something about it called to me. Slowly, I stood up, wiping my hands on my dress. Intrigued, I stared at it for a few minutes, studying the stone walls that were cracked and covered in ivy and moss. Every logic in my mind screamed not to go there. Before I knew it, my feet carried me toward it. My legs felt weak, but I forced myself toward it. Step by step, I made my way toward the ruins. As I walked closer, I noticed that half of the roof had caved in. There were broken pillars lying scattered around the entrance. The stairs that led inside were broken. As I entered the ruins, the silence felt heavy on my shoulders. The air smelled of damp stone, moss, and earth. Dust particles floated in the dim sunlight that was trying to penetrate through the dense trees overhead. I looked around and found carvings on the walls, like ancient symbols which I didn't recognize. The temple looked both eerie and beautiful. Something squeaked, and I stifled a scream, my heart racing as fear gripped it tightly. I shouldn't have, but I walked further inside. I came to what would have been the grand chamber. It had a tall ceiling with giant crumbling pillars and cracked marble floor where small plants sprouted from the gaps. It was then that my eyes landed on something in the center of the chamber, a moonstone altar. It stood beneath a broken dome and was surrounded by thorny vines that curled around its base. Some rose up, wrapping the thin pillars around it. The sunlight fell upon it dimly. I imagined how the moon looked through this dome, shackled in the thorny vines. My breath hitched when I came close to it. The stone surface was cracked straight down the middle, as if a violent force had shattered it long ago. The sight sent a chill down my spine. Why did this place feel so important? A cold breeze drifted through the temple, and for a moment I thought I heard whispers. They were so faint, barely more than a breath against my ear. I took a step closer, closer. And then slowly, I reached out to touch the altar. The moment my fingers brushed the moonstone of the altar, a strange sensation crawled up my arm. It was like a breath of icy air had curled around my skin. A shiver ran down my spine. I reached the fracture in the middle and traced the stone there, but in doing so it looked like the altar pulsed. It was as though something deep within it awakened. My heart thrummed and my breath lodged in my throat. I took a deep breath in. "What are you?" I murmured. The place was sacred. It was forgotten, but it wasn't lifeless. It was as if there was an entity, as if the temple had a soul. The air thickened. Something moved in the periphery of my vision. Was that a flicker of shadows? I whipped my head to see it more clearly, but there was nothing. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my body wouldn't move. There was something, someone out here. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind burst through the altar. Dust and dried leaves swirled around me. My hair whipped across my face, and with a hiss, shadows burst from the altar. They hovered over the altar. I screamed, seeing the figures made of darkness, shifting and swaying like smoke caught in the crack of the altar. I heard whispers, frightened voices. "Guardians," they hissed. "Bridebane's curse. Shackled moon." I stumbled back, falling on the ground. No, this couldn't be. I was surely dreaming. The shadows came nearer, and then one extended a tendril of darkness toward me. I tensed as it touched the tip of my finger and curled around my wrist. Its touch was cold and slithery. Shock pulsed through me, and a wave of images flooded my mind. Of a woman in white robes kneeling before the altar, her voice filled with anguish as she cried after being rejected from her mate. Of a wolf, who was an alpha, standing in the distance, watching her helplessly with grief in his eyes. Of priests who are asking for help and mercy. Of blinding silver light flashing and then swallowing everything. I gasped, staggering back. The connection broke, and the shadows recoiled. They became wilder. The whispers grew louder and the wind picked up. The shadows pulsed and expanded as they surrounded me like a growing tempest. "Leave me," I breathed, covering my face. Thorny vines around the altar twisted violently, as though they were alive and mimicking the agony of the shadows. The ground trembled beneath me. A piercing howl echoed in the forest. The shadows stilled for a moment and then exploded outward. I screamed, and then everything went dark. The last I remember was the coldness of the ground on which I was lying. "Lucien," I murmured before closing my eyes. Strong arms scooped me up against a warm chest, or so I imagined. Lucien, I tried to reach for him. I think I heard him calling my name, but I wasn't not sure. Was I one with the shadows, or did he rescue me? Auren POV. Was I dreaming? I was wrapped in the soothing smell of pine and spice. I snuggled closer to the source and allowed myself to calm down. The darkness that I was engulfed into brought nightmares, but within seconds, they were replaced with different sensations. There was a soft tickle on my forehead, like a breath. Then it felt like someone was brushing my jaw with soft fingers, tracing lines on my nose, my cheeks, and my lips. The cold floor that I was lying on was replaced by a warm and cozy softness and proximity. I didn't fight the feeling and leaned into it, sighing and inhaling deeply the scent of pine and spice. A sensation like a kiss on the tip of my nose, followed by a dark chuckle, made me snap open my eyes, and I found myself staring into the onyx eyes of Alpha Lucien. I swallowed thickly, realizing that his fingers still lingered on my cheeks, and they were the constant source of tingles across my body. "How are you?" he asked, concern etched on his face. I pulled myself away from him and his fingers, completely bewildered as I took in my surroundings. How come I was here? Because just a few moments ago I was in the ruins of a temple. I was. In the ruins of Eldermere Temple. He finished the sentence for me and brought his finger back to my forehead as if enjoying touching me. My breath hitched when I saw that he was not wearing a shirt and was only in his jeans. Damn it. It was impossible not to look at that ripped body, those chiseled muscles and those biceps, where suddenly I wanted to dig my fingernails in. I tried hard not to look at the dust of dark hair in the middle of his chest that went lower, lower, disappearing into the waistband of his jeans. Goddess, save me. Feeling embarrassed, I quickly pulled my gaze away from there. You didn't eat your breakfast and didn't make mine either, he complained as he smirked. And then I found you in the ruins. You should eat. It's a big day today. You came to rescue me? He didn't reply, but he got up and walked to the table where a tray filled with food was placed. Honestly, I was surprised to see this mood shift in Alpha Lucien. He came back with it and sat at the edge. You didn't have to bring the food here, I said. I'll go down and eat. You don't have to wait for me. Oh, but I have to wait here for you. I'm not sure if my Luna will run away from me again. It took an hour for me and my warriors to find you. After all, it's not every day an alpha gets married. I blushed hard at his insinuation. I'm sorry, I replied, feeling guilty. I won't run away. It was just that. Yes, I know you won't run away now, especially now that I am with you. Saying that, he leaned closer to me and inhaled deeply. Feeling awkward, I scrambled back. So, Auren, what would you like to do? Take a bath first or eat food? I'll. Words died down in my mouth because his face was hovering just a few inches over mine. The stylist is already here and she wants to talk to you. That means we are short of time, so I have a solution for it, he said with a smile that dazzled the room. And it wasn't even a full smile. What solution? I squeaked, my eyes rounding at the corners. His voice turned husky. I can make you eat food while you're bathing in the bathtub. What? I squeaked, blushing till my neck. Was he trying to drown me in embarrassment or the bathtub? Scooting away, I literally jumped out of the bed on the other side. He chuckled, leaning on the pillows where I was earlier. Well, I can multitask. Oh my goddess, I was completely scandalized. That's now how multitasking works. I gasped as my eyes settled on the V of his waist. Before he caught me drooling on him, I hurried to the bathroom. I'll quickly take a bath. Please don't worry about my food. I'll come down and eat it. You may leave. But before I reached the bathroom, he was in front of me in a flash of a second. He grabbed my wrist and I froze. Auren, he said in a serious voice, promise me you won't go to the ruins of Eldermere again. I opened my mouth to say something, to ask what it was, but I realized that his heart was racing wildly as he held my wrist. What's in there? I asked. I saw shadows and... He cut me off. I don't want to talk about it. Promise me you won't go there again. Just promise me. I swallowed my questions down my dry throat. The urgency in his voice was extreme, and I knew that he would never talk about it. I wanted to, because I was really curious to discuss it, but I nodded. I promise. I breathed. Closing his eyes, he let out a rough breath and left my wrist. Take a bath. I'll wait for you. Saying that, he walked toward the door. Relieved that he was leaving, I dashed inside the bathroom. Once inside, I turned on the hot shower. Under it, images of Eldermere ruins, the shadows and cracked moonstone altar flooded my mind. It was bizarre, and though Lucien made me promise that I shouldn't talk about it, I was surely going to investigate it. Maybe Tyrion knew. When I finished taking the bath, I dried myself, wrapped a towel around my body, and came out and jolted. Lucien stood, holding a set of panties and a bra for me. You, I rasped. Didn't you leave? I gripped my towel tightly until my knuckles were white. Instead of answering me, his hooded gaze settled on me. No, on my breasts where a deep cleavage was showing since half of them had popped out. God damn it. Why did this happen to me? His eyes roamed around my body from top to bottom. He licked his lips and lifted the panties and bra to my eye level. My face turned scarlet and my skin set on fire. I felt like I would faint. Don't faint again, Auren, he said, stepping closer, his gaze scorching. Because if you do, I might have to resuscitate you. You know that mouth-to-mouth procedure? I'm not fainting, I whimpered, now imagining mouth-to-mouth. Here, he gave me the panties and bra. How could one be so shameless? I'll take out a dress for you. I can do it, I breathed. But he ignored my words and turned, weirdly adjusting his crotch area. He picked out a lavender silk dress for me from the closet and handed it to me. Wear this and come back. I'm famished, and I want to eat, he said with a heated gaze. I fluttered my eyelashes at him, confused. I wanted to ask, but instantly, I turned and ran to the bathroom to change. Why did I feel like the wolf outside wanted to eat me rather than his breakfast? When I returned, I found him lounging on my bed, his head resting on my pillow, arms casually tucked beneath it. Come here, he commanded, which sounded more like a plea. Lucien POV. Remus berated me more than ever when Auren had gone missing. You're worried that others will find out that she's our mate. Look what you've done. You've not only hurt her, she has run away from us. If we don't find her again, I swear I will leave you. Already panicky and mad with fury, I groaned in frustration. You know why I was worried? It's mostly because of you. No, my choices are pretty clear, he growled. I want to claim and mark our mate. It's you who is not clear with what you want. Instead of arguing with him, I blocked him, and then ran into the forest, my heart thundering like a summer storm rolling in. What if Auren went to Eldermere? The forest on the north of my pack carried winds that whispered the curse. Long ago, my ancestors had prohibited every alpha to visit those forests or go to the ruins of Eldermere. It was said that the shadow wolves lived there. They were the spirits of our forefathers who were locked away for eternity in the ruins, and they sought salvation. It was a story myth that ran parallel to the Bridebane's curse on my bloodline. It was engraved in our minds. To test the myth, once Tyrion and I had gone there when we were both 16. The ancient ruined temple was eerily beautiful. I still remembered how I felt when I saw the cracked moonstone. The wind hissed my name, saying that I was cursed. I found myself drawn to the altar, but Tyrion pulled me away from there, afraid of the outcome. We heard a piercing howl from somewhere inside the temple. Both of us turned and ran for safety. When I looked back, I swear I saw a shadow wolf chasing us. And that was why I was all the more anxious about Auren. Nothing mattered until I found her. I don't know why, but I went to Eldermere on instinct, where I found her lying unconscious on the floor. Rage warred with fear as I scooped her in my arms and brought her back to my home. There were 1,000 questions in my mind, and the foremost one was, why did she go there? I brought her back to the room and called the doctor. He said that she was fine, just traumatized a little. I sat by her side and waited for her to wake up, my stomach twisted in 1,000 knots. I contemplated if I should declare to everyone that she was my mate, but I knew that it would have so many repercussions. When she woke up, relief flooded in my heart, and I couldn't help but stay with her. I promised myself I was going to compensate for my rudeness. But how? I made her promise that she would never go to Eldermere Temple ruins, but I knew through the mate bond that she had many questions about it. And even though I made her vow, I had put a heavy patrol party on that side and commanded every warrior to report me if they saw her traversing that way. Come here, I said, patting close to me on the bed. She had taken a bath, and her scent was so tantalizing that I wanted to roll in it. It always calmed my nerves, but it was her touch that made me feel vibrant and energetic. She was like a drug I was getting addicted to. Should we go down and have food? She suggested. No, I retaliated sharply. I want to make sure that you eat all of this and in front of me. Auren blushed once again as she looked at the place where I was patting. Then she glanced at the food tray, which was kept near me. Hesitantly, she made way to me and sat as far away as possible on the bed. This is a lot of food, she said, looking at the plate. I looked at the food I had ordered Vivi to make. Since I didn't know what she would like, I brought everything. Truffle scrambled eggs, juicy filet mignon, hash browns, caramelized banana in dark rum sauce, croissant sandwich with smoked salmon and caviar, Belgian waffles, and Greek yogurt parfait. Honestly, I didn't know the names of these dishes. It was Vivi who explained what they were when she brought the tray to the room, and I remembered in case Auren asked. It's nothing, I replied, not liking that she was sitting so far away. Please eat. I waited like a puppy for its master, but she picked up one filet mignon, broke it into two, and ate half of that. Frustration surged inside me. Here my wolf was planning to go back to the forest and hunt a bunny for my she-wolf and give it to her as an offering, and she ate a tiny piece of mignon. God damn it! Without thinking, I reached for her arm, pulled her, and made her sit on me, straddling my thighs. "What are you doing?" she squealed, resting her palms on my chest. Tingles of tantalizing sparks exploded in my body. Her hair cascaded in front as her face lingered over mine. Suppressing my need to kiss her, I went back to lying on the pillow with one hand under my head and one on her thigh. "Now eat and make me eat as well. I'm hungry as hell, and when an alpha is hungry, he goes half insane." At that, her eyes widened, rounding at the corners, and my lips curled up at my favorite sight. In a few seconds, she was feeding me. "My mood will nosedive if you won't eat," I wanted her. Thankfully, she also started eating. Seeing her eat food was the most satisfying sight, but the most rewarding sight was her sitting on my thighs. Suddenly, Tyrion contacted me via MindLink. "Alpha, would you come to see the wedding preparations? I know Auren is awake and well." "No," I growled at him. "I have to be with her all day to ensure she is doing well, so I can't come. Deal with it." I just couldn't take the risk of leaving my little mate alone. "But it's the wedding of the century," he argued in irritation. "Do you realize the magnitude?" "My Auren is more important," I growled at him. "I won't leave her." I heard Tyrion sighing in frustration. "Okay, but I also wanted to inform you that Alpha Bram won't be giving away the bride. Lady Maris reported he is sick and may not attend the wedding also." I gritted my teeth. Since Auren was an orphan, it was a tradition that the alpha of her pack had to give her away as bride. I think someone needed a serious visit. "Lucien?" Auren said, snapping me from my thoughts. I had a question. Her hand rested over the blanket. I blocked Tyrion, immediately paying attention to her. And after that, I only saw her mouth moving with no sound coming out, because my mind had descended, which she was massaging gently. "Auren," I moaned. "Don't." "Let me help you, Lucien." She seemed to speak in slow motion. "I feel guilt." My eyes rolled back in my head as my hips bucked toward her hand. Auren POV. Seeing Lucien's body bucking toward my hand, I was sure that he was in a lot of pain. I felt guilty of the situation because this only happened when I was around. In order to alleviate his pain, I increased pressure and massaged him harder. "Auren!" he groaned, arching his body. "Oh my God!" I pressed my hands further. Sweat broke out from his body. It seemed like he was convulsing. "Lucien," I called his name. With one hand he gripped my thigh, and with the other he gripped my wrist. "Should I call the doctor?" I asked. He clearly needed help. I'm about to," he said in a strained voice. A dangerous rumble emerged from his chest. A heavy pounding rattled the door. I lifted myself off him to see who was there, but he pulled me back, commanding, "No, stay here." But the pounding continued. "I have to see who is there, Lucien," I said. I was sure it was Vivi. If it was Vivi, I'd ask her to call Elias, the pack doctor. "New Auren!" I pushed myself off him and rushed to the door. When I opened it, my mouth dropped to the floor. Elder Rhina was standing there. She peeped behind me and her face morphed into the weirdest expression, her cheeks turning red as she sniffed the air. What was she doing here? Elder Rhina? I stammered, totally confused. "I came to take you," she also stammered. Bamboozled, I blinked at her. "But I can't go," I replied. "Alpha Lucien is—" I turned back to see him. He had got up and was staring at us. His body was tense, like he was being denied something. Every muscle was coiled like a bowstring, ready to snap. Beads of sweat clung to his chest, forehead, where his hair stuck to his skin, and his biceps were bulging. His eyes were hooded and he was breathless, gasping for air. His jaw was clenched and he tightly gripped the blanket. His eyes were dark with frustration and something wild. And the worst part was that a shudder racked through him when I gazed at him. "See, he is so unwell. I can't go anywhere," I said with agony. "I have to massage him." "Massage him?" Elder Rhina blushed harder, and honestly, if the situation wasn't so catastrophic, I would have found it cute. But I found her expression untoward. She swallowed, and taking a deep breath in, she stated firmly, "Auren, I have come to take you to my home." I jerked my head back. Did she not listen to me? "No." In a flash of a second, Lucien was right behind me, growling. His body was so hot that the heat radiating from him felt like I was standing near a furnace. "Upon my dead body." "She is not going anywhere," he said in a deep, strained yet dark voice. His arm shot around my waist and he pulled me close to his body in a vice-like grip. Elder Rhina's face paled for a moment because of how dangerous the Alpha of the North sounded, but she schooled herself. Letting out a ragged breath, she said, "Alpha Lucien, tonight you will get married to Lady Auren. According to the centuries-old tradition of the Shadowfang Pack, the bride and groom are not supposed to see each other for a day. Since I was away, I couldn't take her last night, but now that I'm here, I'll take her for the day. You can see her in the evening." "I don't believe in traditions," he growled, holding at the edge of his sanity. "But Auren isn't leaving this house." Elder Rhina looked like she was on the verge of snapping. "I wasn't the one who made these traditions, Alpha Lucien," she replied with narrowed eyes. "I wasn't the one who asked you to go for a grand wedding. This could have been simpler, but you complicated it, and that is why we are going to observe every custom, tradition, and festivity associated with your wedding." Her eyes traveled to me and then back to him. "So if you will stop behaving like a randy teenager, I'd like to take Auren with me. The stylist will come to my home and dress her up for the wedding." Lucien's chest rumbled so deeply it sent vibrations through me. "She is not going," he said in a staccato voice. "To hell with the traditions." His grip around my waist tightened. He sounded like his favorite toy was about to be snatched. "Alpha Lucien, Elder Rhina, Goddess." I shook my head and took a deep breath in. Before this turned into a full warfare-like situation, I turned in Lucien's arm to look at him. Then I said, "Lucien, if Elder Rhina is here to guide us according to the tradition, then we should honor it." His facial expressions turned to desperation. "But Auren..." On an impulse, I rose on my tiptoes and kissed him on the tip of his chin. He froze. "Let me go. I'll see you in the evening." He stared in my eyes so intensely that butterflies fluttered in my belly. What was it about this wolf that was so intriguing, so magnetic? "Please." He closed his eyes and released me. "If you want it like that," he murmured. I bit my lower lip, and his hand shot to my cheek. He brushed it with his thumb. "I'll miss you," he purred. I heard Elder Rhina's gasp behind me. I sighed. "I'll miss you too. See you in the evening." And oh, my gaze dropped to his crotch. "I'll send Dr. Elias to see you." Saying that, I smiled and walked out of the room. Elder Rhina's lips curled up. "I'm so glad that you want to follow our traditions." Then she looked over her shoulder at Lucien. "I don't think he needs a doctor. All he needs is a cold shower." "What? No!" I gasped. "He'll get ill." Elder Rhina barked a laugh, and I was bewildered as to why she was so unaffected by Lucien's suffering. I turned to look over my shoulder at Alpha Lucien and found him watching me with puppy eyes. Goddess, did he have to look so cute and needy when I was leaving? Suddenly, I hated leaving him, only if it were for a few hours. Elder Rhina's home was only a few hundred meters away, but the place was heavily guarded. She chuckled when she saw me observing the warriors. "They are all stationed here so that they may report to me if they see Alpha and his beta over here. The Alpha is not allowed to see you, and I've asked Tarion to make sure he is not seen around." My cheeks turned red. "I'm sure he won't come here," I said, unsure of myself. Dahlia was already present there along with her staff. "Lady Auren," she bowed to me. "Please follow me. We have to give you a facial and a full skincare regime." Surprised, I looked at Rhina. She grinned. "Alpha wants to pamper you, and so I took the liberty to arrange everything for you." A smile ghosted my lips. He was so different as compared to morning. I loved this side of Lucien, but didn't know how long it would last. Dahlia took me to a room at the back of the house. Once my facial was over, I was about to get a body massage when an Omega came in. "Lady Auren," she said. "Lady Maris is here to see you." Auren POV. Maris? What was she doing here? I was surprised that she came to see me, and that too at Elder Rhina's house. Furrowing my brows, I felt like telling the Omega to not disturb me. But I had an inkling. Since I was an orphan, Alpha Bram had to walk me down the temple aisle to give me away as a bride to Alpha Lucien, so it was possible that she had come to talk to me about that. "You don't have to go, Lady Auren," Dahlia said when she noticed how hesitant I was. I tied the cord of my robe. "No, this is important," I murmured. I hopped off the massage table and decided to wind it up quickly. After I had rejected Alpha Bram, I really didn't want to do anything with them. When I walked in the main room, I found Maris sitting, fury radiating from her in waves. Well, it wasn't an unusual sight. "You wanted to see me?" I asked, tilting my head. Maris narrowed her eyes. "You ungrateful wench," she spat, taking me by surprise. "I've come here to inform you that Bram won't be walking you down the aisle. You can go fuck yourself. We are leaving now after the way you've insulted us, but we will take our revenge. So, Auren." She gave me her deadliest glare. "Don't even think of stepping into the Crimson Howl pack, because if you do, our pack wolves will tear you apart into pieces. Consequences be damned." I stared at her for a second, trying to make sense of her sudden outburst. I felt bad because Alpha Bram couldn't even give me away as a bride. Was it my fault that he rejected me? Was it my fault that Alpha Lucien was treating me better than him? Or was it my fault that I was having such a grand wedding? Did they even realize they threw me toward doom for their benefit? And yet they had the audacity of being jealous of me. These short-sighted people never saw beyond their greed and selfishness. The momentary remorse I felt was drowned by hopelessness. For them. I crossed my arms across my chest. "Okay," I breathed. "Is there anything else you would like to say?" "Just okay," she shouted, her eyes going wide. I shrugged. "What else do you want me to say, Maris?" I asked. "If you think that I am desperate to go back to the Crimson Howl pack, then you're wrong. I don't want to go back to that hellhole. So don't worry. As for Alpha Bram's decision to not walk me down the aisle," I chuckled dryly. "Frankly, I don't care. If he wants to toss the traditions in fire, that's his choice. If you think that I'll beg you to ask him to walk me down the aisle, you're mistaken. I'm so done with this bullshit." It seemed that I had enraged her further. She got up and strode toward me like she was about to hit me. "You are such a fucking thankless whore. Now that you're marrying Alpha Lucien, you've suddenly found your voice? But remember, it was us who gave you to him, and we can annul the treaty any time, rendering you homeless once again." She placed her hands on his hips, standing akimbo. "I think that's what we are going to do. Annul the treaty and then see how that works for you." I cocked an eyebrow in surprise. "What can I say, Maris? Please go ahead and annul the treaty. But what reason would you give? That you were jealous of the breeder you offered to Alpha Lucien for it? Or that Alpha Bram was my mate, who rejected me, and whose rejection I accepted?" She gasped in shock that I actually answered her. The next moment, she lifted her hand and was about to strike me hard when a loud growl from behind rattled the doors and windows, stopping her midair. "Lady Maris!" Elder Rena growled dangerously. "I would advise you to leave my house now." Maris turned sharply with rage on her face, but the moment she looked behind her, she cowered. There were 6 warriors flanking Elder Rena, and all of them looked like they were ready to shred Maris into pieces. Flustered, she stomped out of the main hall. It was then that I realized that I was holding my breath. The warriors followed her out to ensure that she truly left. Elder Rena came to me and patted my back. "Go back, Auren," she said with a smile. After that, she turned and went back to her room without saying anything else. Maybe she heard it all. Though I was trembling inside, I forced myself to go back. Maris knew how to ruin your day. Somehow on the inside, I was sure that this was far from over. In the next few hours, I was transformed into something so different that I didn't recognize myself. My eyebrows were plucked, my lashes were curled, rouge was dusted on my cheeks, and my hair was tamed into an intricate updo, with a few loose tendrils framing my face. I was wearing the lacy off-shoulders white gown that was bought from Marion's boutique. A delicate veil cascaded down my back. I wore diamond earrings and necklace. I had never been invited to any in my pack, yet here I was, having my own wedding, marrying the Alpha of the North. So what if I was destined to die in a year? For once, I wanted to live in the moment. Elder Rena decided to give me away, sat beside me in the car. She smiled gently. "You look beautiful." "Thank you," I replied nervously. "Would he like me?" We reached the venue and I stepped on the stairs of the entrance of the temple with Elder Rena. However, the moment I took a step, from the periphery of my vision, I saw Alpha Bram hurrying toward me. Astonished, my eyes widened when I took his appearance in. His right hand was in a sling, his left eye was black, and he had a bandage around his head. "Auren," he whimpered as if in deep pain and offered his arm to me. It would be my pleasure to give you away, and right behind him was Maris. Her eyes were bloodshot, her hair was disheveled, and there was a bruise on her cheek. My mouth dropped open. I didn't know what happened, but I didn't argue. They were both looking comical. Taking a ragged breath in, I took his arm lightly, and he walked me inside. My heart was pounding inside my chest when I stepped through the grand entrance, and tonight, the temple of the strongest pack in the realm looked breathtaking. The stone pillars were wrapped in silken drapes of gold and deep midnight blue. The air smelled of flowers and burning sage. Chandeliers hung high above, illuminated by thousands of lights. A long white carpet stretched ahead of me, leading to the altar adorned with roses and lilies. The crowd fell silent the moment I entered. Hundreds of wolves turned their gazes curious toward me, but my eyes were locked on him. Lucien stood in front of the altar, dressed in a regal midnight blue suit, looking terrifyingly beautiful. His sharp jaw clenched and his eyes flashed golden, locking onto mine. I swallowed hard. Auren POV. Lucien was a future I was walking toward, one I had never dared to even wish for in my dreams. He looked gorgeous. When our gazes locked, the world faded around me. I was mesmerized by him, and impressed not only by all the decor and wedding preparations, but by the effortless way he commanded the room. His gaze darkened and his fists curled tightly as if he was stopping himself from reaching me. I could feel his wolf prowling beneath the surface when his eyes flashed golden for a flicker of a second. There was possessiveness rolling off him in waves. I felt my feet moving on their own, as if my body was drawn to him. This was a grand wedding I'd never even dreamed of. What can you expect from an Omega like me who wasn't even invited to celebrations in her own pack, let alone being the center of one? A hush fell over the crowd as I walked forward. My fingers trembled as they clutched the bouquet of white moonflowers. When I finally reached where he was standing, without looking at Alpha Bram, he stepped forward. He took my hand in his large palm completely enveloping mine. His grip was soft but firm as his dark eyes burned into mine. From the corner of my eye, I saw Alpha Bram walking away. Lucien tugged me in front of him. He leaned in and in a rough, low voice said, "You look stunning." A shiver ran down my spine as his pine and spice scent washed over me. He let out a rough exhale. I've never waited for anyone so much in my life. His words made me blush, but the truth was that even I hadn't waited for anyone so hard all my life. The last few hours were spent only thinking about him. The altar was beneath an enormous silver arch that was engraved with ancient symbols. The moon goddess's statue was only a few steps away from us. The temple's roof was open, and the sky above us was clear, with the moon and stars glowing brightly. The shaman started the ceremony by chanting sacred words. He raised his hands, and his deep voice resonated in the temple. In the presence of the moon goddess, we call upon the sacred bond which ties these two mates together. He started chanting incantations as Lucien only looked at me the whole time. After some time, the shaman said, "May the moon goddess bless this union. May the spirits of our ancestors guard this bond." His words reminded me of the mourning in the ruins of the Eldermere Temple, but I pushed those thoughts aside. The shaman picked up a bowl of sacred water that had petals of roses. "Give your hands," he demanded as he held out a ceremonial dagger. Lucien gave his hand first. The shaman sliced a shallow cut across his palm. Blood pooled and dropped in the sacred bowl. Then I extended my palm. When he pressed the dagger in my palm, my hand trembled. Lucien firmed his grip on my wrist, his jaw clenching. Blood pooled in my palm, and the shaman brought the sacred bowl below it. My blood mixed with his in the bowl. I gasped when it started swirling on its own, and the water turned a deep crimson, like ink. The shaman was astonished as he stared at the blood, but then he smiled, his face shining with approval. "This is a union by the will of the moon goddess. Join your hands to seal the bond." Lucien took my hand in his, our bloods mixing. The moment our hands met, a strange sensation pulsed through me. I was getting drowned in so much heat that I could melt. Lucien's grip tightened on me slightly, as if he felt the same sensation. Like our hearts were forging. When we removed our hands, I was surprised that the cut was healed. "From now on, your fates are forever entwined." A shudder ran through me. I didn't know if I should take those words positively or negatively, My vision became blurry because I really hoped that my life was not sealed with his. I was doomed, but I wanted him to live forever. "You may exchange the rings," the shaman said. Tarian, who was standing a few feet away, walked to Lucien with an open red velvet box. I was stunned to see a pink diamond ring in it. Lucien plucked the ring and slipped it on my ring finger. There was another ring sitting in it for me to give him. But I looked at Vivi, who was nearby. She hurried toward me with a small cushion in her hand on which sat my father's ring. I picked it up and slipped it on Lucien's finger. His surprise was palpable. In a soft, low voice only meant for him, I said, "This is my father's ring." His breath lodged in his throat. In a deep voice he said, "Thank you." "You may kiss the bride," the shaman's voice came. Lucien leaned in. My breath hitched when he reached for my veil. Slowly he lifted it, revealing the face of his Luna to the moon goddess and to everyone present. He looked at me intensely, and I felt bare under his heated gaze. His eyes settled on my lips, and the air between us thickened with tension. He cupped my face, his thumb skimming over my cheek. My heart pounded wildly in my chest, and I barely had time to take a breath when he leaned in and his lips pressed against mine. I let out a long sigh, as if I had waited for this moment all my life. I surrendered to the sensation, to him. As he took my lips, his kiss felt claiming, reverent. I parted my lips, and he delved his tongue inside, a rumble ripping off his chest. He gripped the back of my neck tightly as he explored my mouth with his tongue with urgency. It didn't feel like a kiss. It felt like a vow with unspoken promise. Heat unfurled in my chest, spreading through my limbs like wildfire. My knees felt weak. I melted into him as I clutched his coat in order to anchor myself, allowing my world to tilt and spin at a speed that made me dizzy. The crowd erupted into howls and cheers. "Alpha Lucien?" Someone called us from somewhere, but he didn't listen and continued to kiss me. "Ah, Alpha!" The voice came again. Lucien's grip on me only became firmer. "Alpha Lucien!" Someone said loudly enough to break our reverie. Only this time, Lucien left me, his demeanor morphing to anger. He pulled me against his chest, his eyes flashing golden when he snapped his head at the source of the voice. Tarian immediately inclined his neck. Meekly, he said, "Alpha Lucien, the ceremony isn't over." Some people chuckled as some laughed at their alpha's impatience. "Goddess," I could feel heat blooming all the way to my ears. "Okay," Lucien growled in a clipped voice. Holding my hand tightly, he tugged me to the statue of the moon goddess. As I reached there, I felt like she was looking at me. The shaman poured the crimson water from the sacred bowl over her feet, and as it flowed, a prickling sensation sparked across my tattoo. Lucien POV. The moment Elder Rhina took Auren away to her house, my chest felt empty. It was like my soul had left home. So I protested hard to Rhina, but when Auren insisted on following the traditions, I had to let her go. Before leaving, she stood on her toes and kissed my chin. I forgot to breathe. It was just a kiss, but enough to rattle my soul. She had gone for no more than 10 minutes, and my restlessness began. I began pacing the room. Remus urged me to break the rules and go to her. I clenched and unclenched my fists, arguing with him to calm down because we were going to see her in a few hours, but the fucker was going crazy inside me. It was difficult to tame a beast like Remus. He was the strongest wolf in the north, and his only desire was to be with Auren. Fighting a battle with him was an issue. Tarian had warned me via mind link that I was prohibited to meet her and that there were over 50 warriors to stop me at Rina's home. As if that would stop me from meeting her. I spent the rest of the afternoon pacing my room, going around my house, barking at others for no reason, but I always ended up on the balcony of my room, looking in the direction of the house where Auren was. The wind carried her scent, and it was enough to make my body tighten with longing. She was so close, yet I couldn't reach her. It was unbearable. My hands curled into fists and my claws extended, threatening to puncture my skin and draw blood. "She is ours," Remus growled. "We should be with her. I want to go to my mate." I reasoned with him. Just a few hours, and then she would be ours forever. But patience was a cruel thing. Tarian's voice snapped me from my thoughts. "What?" I barked at him. He was at the venue overseeing the wedding preparations. I just came to know from Elder Rhina that Maris visited Lady Auren. And then he told me what all she said. It hurt me that Auren didn't say a word about it to me and as usual suffered alone. But not this time. My fury returned tenfold greater. Before I knew it, I was marching to my garage, ordering my warriors to follow me to Bram's hotel. We reached the hotel and I stormed inside with my warriors. The hotel owner bowed, blanching. He quickly gave me the spare room keys of Bram's room. I barged inside Bram's room only to find him rutting Maris. She shrieked and picked up a sheet to cover herself as Bram's eyes widened. "What is the meaning of this?" Bram shouted. I strode to Maris and grabbed her throat with my left hand. Lifting her in the air, I growled, "You dared to threaten my Luna?" "Alpha, Lucien," she sputtered. Before she could speak another word, I threw her across the room. "You told her that you would kill her?" I closed the gap between us, picked her up and hurled her across the room. She screamed as she hit the wall on the opposite side and slumped down, howling in pain. Then I turned my attention toward Bram. He had paled. Good. The bastard didn't have the guts to save her. I crunched my neck side to side as I glared at him. "I heard that you won't be giving away Auren as my bride. Now," I said in a low, dangerous voice, "where are your manners? Why won't you follow the traditions?" Before he finished his sentence, I pounced on him and unleashed my rage with full force. He tried to fight me because he was also an alpha, but he was no match against me. I broke his arm, crushed his skull, and dislocated his shoulder. It was just enough to not get healed and walk with Auren down the aisle as he remembered my wrath. Plus, I wanted to show Auren how I tackled him. Once I was done, I said in a lethal voice, "No one threatens my Luna and gets to walk away. Remember it for your life, numbnut. You will walk her down the aisle and leave this pack immediately after. Don't even think of coming back. I am sparing you just this time only because of Auren and the treaty." With a final glance, I turned to leave, cracking my knuckles as I ordered my warriors to call a pack doctor to tend to him. My beast felt better after releasing all his aggression. However, that was short-lived. Back home, I paced for hours until Dahlia's assistants came to dress me up. At the venue, her surprise to see Bram made me chuckle. When she was in front of me, I took her trembling hands immediately, unable to not touch her even a second longer, and where our skin touched, tingles sparked, warmth spread through my chest, powerful and all-consuming, and both me and my wolf calmed. During the ceremony of sealing bond, something inside me shifted. It was like things snapped into place, like a missing piece of my soul had returned. The feeling was overwhelming. She was mine now in every way that mattered. Then something strange happened. For a split of a second, the tattoos on my body prickled sharply, leaving me ruffled. The shaman asked me to kiss her, which meant I should mark her. My wolf growled possessively, "Mark her. She belongs to us." But I couldn't. The curse hung over us like a shadow. If I marked her, she would die within a year. So I clenched my teeth, battling against Remus, who was growling, clawing inside at my mind, furious and desperate. "She is ours. We can't let her go unclaimed." "I know," I roared back at him. Amidst all the internal battle, I looked at Auren. She didn't know how close I was to losing control. I couldn't risk her life, so I lifted her veil. Her lips parted with a shaky breath, and then I clutched the back of her neck, pulled her closer and kissed her. My entire body was tense as my blood burned with need. I deepened the kiss, tasting her, savoring her, claiming her in the only way I could. Had Tyrion not interrupted, I would have carried her home. But the ceremony wasn't over. The shaman made us do more rituals, after which my pack members erupted in cheers. We came to the grand hall where the celebration started. Music played, people danced, had food and drinks. Everyone came to congratulate us. Auren stood beside me, looking overwhelmed. I didn't let go of her hand. She danced with me, giggling, and I realized that she had 2 left feet, so I picked her up by the waist and danced. It was such a beautiful moment, and my wolf was purring inside me. When she was tired, I made her sit on my lap, not caring of people staring at me in shock. Her body relaxed against mine, and her head was on against my chest. Even sitting on my lap, she didn't reach my shoulder. I kissed the crown of her head. "Do you want to go home?" She yawned cutely. "Yes, goddess." I was so ready to take her to my room, but Tyrion came to me. "Alpha, some of the alphas are going tomorrow. They want to meet you before leaving." Damn it. I didn't want to go. "Go." Auren urged with a beautiful smile, and I yielded. When I returned, I saw that she had paled like a ghost and was visibly shaking. Auren POV. I had never witnessed such celebrations in my life, so I watched it all, mesmerized. I stood beside Lucien with our fingers intertwined. The wedding ceremony was over. I was now officially his wife, his Luna. Proud swelled in my chest. But even as the sacred bond wrapped around us, I could feel the weight of stares from the audience. I knew there were whispers about me, expectations of how soon I would be able to give birth to an heir, and then how soon I would die. I didn't want to go there. Alpha Lucien had given me the best gift of my life, marriage and respect. What else could an orphan Omega like me want? Lucien danced with me for an hour, but since I had no formal training in dancing, I stepped over his feet a number of times. Eventually, he picked me up by waist in his arms like I was as light as a feather and danced. I couldn't stop giggling, and he couldn't stop staring at me intensely. My stomach fluttered, my body tingled, and I felt like I could get lost in the darkness of those eyes. At the end, I was completely exhausted. He pulled me in his lap and made me sit there with his arm intact on my waist. It was a show of who I belonged to. My possessive alpha. I watched Tarian also enjoying the celebrations, and I was surprised to see that he was quite a playboy. He danced with several different she-wolves, all of whom were batting eyelashes at him, flirting openly. I couldn't help but laugh and shake my head. This Tarian was so different from the Tarian I met the first time. "Don't judge him by his face, Auren," Lucien remarked. "He is a Casanova, and I'm waiting for the day when a she-wolf will bring him down on his knees." I tipped my head up and kissed his chin, something I was doing quite a bit lately. He stilled once again, his chest rumbling. "I'd love to see that too." He kissed me back and asked if I wanted to go home. I really wanted to sleep, so I said yes. However, just as we were about to leave, Tarian came and Lucien had to go with him. I watched him go to where a group of wolves were standing along with Sable and a wolf who looked like her father. That must be Riz Brown. While Lucien was talking to that group of alphas, Sable sauntered toward me. She picked up a glass of wine from a server and sashayed up to me. She gave a smirk, raising her wine glass. "Congratulations! Never thought we would see the day our alpha would marry, and that too to an omega of a neighboring pack." I clenched my jaw. She sipped the whole wine in one go and took a deep, ragged breath. Then she leaned closer and lowering her voice said, "Your countdown to death begins now, dear Auren. Enjoy this night, little Omega, and work hard to give him an heir, because—" She flicked her hair over her shoulder and winked. "After that I'll replace you." Raising her empty glass, she added, "May this union bring prosperity." Then she chuckled, "But why am I already mourning?" It was then I realized that she was wearing a black dress, like she had come to mourn, and it was to show me my place. "So don't get too cozy or start thinking that you are the real Luna of the Shadowfang pack. The wolves here don't like you. They hate you and they control themselves to not kill you. Better not provoke them before giving birth to the heir." She let out a small laugh. "Or it would be a sad day for Alpha." Then she walked away, swaying a little. I paled, my body trembling at her words. Did she just threaten me? The pack wolves hated me? I looked at those who were celebrating. Most were jubilant, but some had their gazes fixed on me. Their murderous intent was apparent. I clenched my fists. "What else were you expecting, Auren?" "Auren?" Lucien's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. He grabbed my wrist, his brows furrowing. "What happened?" He pulled me to his chest. "And nothing," I replied, resting my head on his chest. "Let's go home." There was no point in telling him about Sable. Her words cut through me like a blade, but I wouldn't let them affect Lucien. He had done so much for me. Was it justified for me to tell him that Sable had already rang my death knell? He didn't say a word for a moment as his eyes tried to read me. When I didn't say anything else, he lifted me in his arms, bridal style. I gasped, but he smirked. "You are my wife now," he said in a heated voice and strode toward the exit with me. I curled my arms around his neck and rested my head on his shoulder, allowing his scent to wrap around me and calm down. When we reached home, Lucien carried me in his arms through the main entrance, all the way up to his bedroom. I blushed when I realized that I was supposed to live in his room from now on. As he opened the door, His warmth seeped through my dress. His jaw was tight, and his eyes had something dark inside, like he was restraining himself. But why? I knew he had to mark me. He should have marked me at the ceremony, but he didn't. And why was I having this compulsive need to be marked by him? As he set me down to my feet, I wobbled slightly, but he steadied me with a firm grip on my waist. He looked at me with his dark eyes that were flecked with gold, and in a husky voice asked, "Do you need a shower?" I swallowed, nodding. "It's been a long day." His gaze flickered over me, lingering for a second too long. He exhaled and stepped back. "You should get comfortable." When I entered his room, I was stunned. His room was massive, with vaulted ceilings and intricate carvings on the border of walls. A grand chandelier of black iron casted a golden glow over the space. In the center was an enormous bed that could accommodate 5 people easily. One side of the room opened into a massive balcony, with floor-to-ceiling windows draped in heavy curtains. To the right of the bed was a fireplace, crackling with warmth. The furniture in the room screamed of wealth. But despite all the grandeur, the space had an undeniable loneliness. I moved toward his bed, and he followed me. "Your clothes are already in the closet," he said. I blushed again, wondering what to do next. Was he going to force himself on me? The thought was disturbing. I reached for my veil, struggling with the pins. I bit my lip, frustrated. "Let me," he murmured and stepped closer. He removed the pins and the veil fell down. Heat curled down my spine. His fingers brushed against my bare shoulders, and I froze when they reached my tattoo. "What is this?" he asked, astonished. "Moon shackled in thorny vines?" "Goddess." I should have told him earlier. Was he going to hate me for it? Tears sprang in my eyes. "This is my birth tattoo," I replied hesitantly. Lucien POV. I couldn't help myself not touching Auren. This was the moment both Remus I had been waiting for. Even though Remus was howling inside me to mark her, I fought with him. He was raging within me. "Mark her," he growled. "She is ours." "Not now. Do you want to kill her with our venom?" I scolded him, reminding him how fragile our mate was. She was just an omega, and if I marked her, my venom would pass into her blood, and chances were that she wouldn't survive it. "That's not how it works," he growled. "She is our mate, and she can take it." I was beyond pissed at him. First, when I delayed the marriage, he went wild. Then the moment I announced the date, he calmed down. But now that I had finally married her, he was losing control again. And to make it worse, he flooded my mind with images of her, naked in my bed, tangled in my sheets, wrapped around me, drenched in her scent. And did I mention that he secretly catalogued the scent of every wolf who had gone against her or threatened her, to kill them in future? Remus was not only a strong wolf, he was sly and fearless, and that's what made him dangerous. He had killed people for less. Pushing him down with difficulty, I stepped forward to help her take off her veil. Touching was the only thing I was going to allow myself. Maybe sleep beside her, inhale her warm apple scent, kiss her, maybe go down, and for fuck's sake, stop planning those ideas, Remus. Her skin was so soft that if I sank my fangs in it, they would pierce her like butter. She wouldn't even come to know. Every muscle in my body was taut with tension as I brushed my fingers on her neck and further down on her shoulder. My fingers came to the tattoo on her back, and I froze. It was a tattoo of a golden moon shackled in thorny vines, vines that mimicked my own tattoos. When did she ink this? "What's this?" I asked, staring at it. Her fear and shame permeated in the air. "It's my birth tattoo," she replied. "Birth tattoo? You mean birthmark?" I asked, shocked as hell as I circled the moon. "Yes," she murmured. "It's a curse. The shaman said that it binds me. I don't know what it truly means." "A curse?" My brows furrowed as I examined the mark. My heart drummed inside me. Even my Luna was cursed? But what did this mean? My wolf stirred inside me. "This isn't just a curse," he said. "This feels like it is connected to something much bigger." My stomach twisted in knots. "Have you spoken about it to anyone?" She shook her head. "No, the shaman asked me to keep it hidden always." Tense. I just didn't know what to make of it. Now I had another problem for which I needed a solution. The only place where I could find about it without generating suspicion was in the High Council Library's archives. "I'm sorry," she whimpered. "Please don't be angry with me." "Fuck," was she crying? I turned her to look at me. She had big tears rolling down her cheeks. Remus whined, "You made our mate cry." I was in sync with him, feeling horrible. "Why are you crying?" I asked, wiping her tears. "This is not your fault." "I should have told you earlier about it," she said in a shaky voice. "Even if you would have told me earlier, my decision to marry you wouldn't have changed," I replied, reassuring her that she didn't commit a crime by not informing me about it. "Stop it, Remus," I said in frustration. "I think you need to take a bath," I advised her. "Let me help you take off the dress." She blushed a beautiful pink again. I turned her around and helped remove tons of pins in her hair. Slowly, I worked the ties loose, my eyes never leaving her neck. Her dress slipped down her body, pooling at our feet. For a moment, neither of us moved. She was in her bra and panties. She curled her hands around her body, embarrassed. I turned her toward me and my pulse pounded. Heat surged through my veins. She was perfection. Generous curves, smooth skin, and a body made to worship. Remus growled possessively, demanding to pin her, claim her. I struggled for control, but my fangs were threatening to slip out. She looked up at me with her doe eyes and that beautiful blush. "Auren," I rasped, my voice thick with restraint. If I touched her now, I wouldn't stop. "Go to take a shower." She nodded and hurried to the bathroom, shutting the door behind her. I could sense her heart racing wildly. The pull she sensed toward me was the effect of the sealed bond at our wedding, and nothing beyond that because I still hadn't sensed her wolf after Bram rejected her. It meant that she hadn't sensed me as her mate yet. When I heard water flowing, I leaned against the doorframe of the bathroom and loosened my tie to ease my suffocating feeling. If I stayed with her, I was sure that my beast would force me to claim her sooner than later. So it was best that I stayed away from her and kept him occupied. "You won't be able to separate me from my mate," Remus protested. I sighed because I knew what happened to wolves who couldn't claim their mates. They went moon crazy, and my wolf was an alpha. His feelings were 1,000 times more intensified. The door opened after a few minutes and I saw her stepping out in a thin robe that reached her thighs. My breath hitched as my eyes raked over her, knowing fully well that she was naked beneath it. Her scent, which was now mixed with that of my soap, created havoc in my head. Claws extended and my fangs elongated. Being near her and not being able to claim her was turning into a nightmare I wasn't ready for. My body was tense because of holding every emotion, holding my wolf inside. Taking a deep breath in, I pushed off the doorframe. "Your closet is there," I muttered. Her presence burned through me as my gaze slowly traveled down her body. She didn't move, and that made me mad with desire to possess every inch of her body. I could hear the irregular beating of her heart. Remus clawed his way to the surface, and my eyes flashed golden. On instinct, I closed the gap between us, my attention on her neck. How would she take my bite? She backed until she was against the wall. I towered over her, trapping her between my body and the wall. My thigh pressed between her legs as I braced my hands on either side of her head, caging her in. And then she did unthinkable. She tilted her neck, offering it to my wolf. Remus growled, "Mark her, now!" Lucien POV. "Now, claim her now," Remus urged. Everything else faded in the world other than my need to rut her, mark her, for the whole world to see that Auren belonged to me. Her hands came to my stomach, slowly going up my chest and gripping my shirt. I pressed into her, pushing her against the wall. My fingers trailed to her side, electricity zipping in bolts. I wanted her robe gone, my clothes gone, wanted to directly touch her skin. I lowered my head to the crook of her neck, licking and sucking her skin. My fangs painfully slipped out, and before I knew it, I pressed them against her skin. She yelped sharply. Her sound cleared the fog from my mind. "Fuck!" A menacing growl emerged from my mouth, and I immediately stepped back. My eyes wide in horror, I looked at the two soft dents on her skin. What the hell was I going to do? If I had pierced harder, how could I let my control slip so fast? Me, the alpha of the North, an extremely controlled, ruthless, fearsome wolf, lost control. When my mind cleared, I found a breathless Auren staring at me with wide eyes as if confused. I could hear her heart thundering, not out of fear, but out of excitement. I clenched my fists to gain control. I wanted Auren to live, and yet here I was, trying to kill her. "I'll be back," I said harshly, opened the bathroom door and walked inside, slamming it behind me. Without opening my clothes, I turned on the cold shower to calm my nerves. It didn't help. Remus was clawing his way up. My wolf wasn't in sync with me. Again, he was a powerful beast, and at this rate, he could take control of me for denying his mate. If that happened, he would not only kill everyone who was against Auren, he would not let me come out. That also meant that he could go moon crazy. As I took a bath, I wondered if there was a way to mark her and she remained alive. Maybe a potion, a visit to the witches, or making her drink vampire's blood. That would make her strong. I discarded the idea instantly. If you drank a vampire's blood, you were bound to him or her forever. The idea made me almost retch. I didn't know for how long, but only when I was sure she had slept, I dried myself and came out. The buttery light of the bedside lamp filled the room in its soft glow. My eyes went to her sleeping on my bed, covered in my sheets, and that somewhat calmed my frayed nerves. I took out boxers from my drawer and wore them before slipping beside her. Next to me, my little Omega looked so timid, yet she was my whole world. A fierce need to protect her overwhelmed me, even from myself. Suddenly she shuddered as if caught in the grip of a nightmare. I curled my arm around her waist, pulled her flush against my chest, and spooned her to provide her my warmth and assure her that she was safe with me. She relaxed in my arms as the bond worked its way through her. I brushed my lips against her ear. Sleep. Then I closed my eyes, and for the first time over the past few days, I drifted off in a peaceful sleep. In my human form. Auren POV. I didn't know what happened, but I felt like my whole body needed his touch, like I was waiting for him all my life, like if he didn't mark me, I'd die. And though the feeling was bizarre, it should have terrified me. I only felt excited. I had no idea what happened or how I found myself trapped between Lucien and the wall. But once I looked at him in his eyes, I was lost. I was needy. Fire burned through me, running through my veins, and I moaned, craving for his touch, craving his mark. I inclined my neck away for him to place his mark, but the next moment he stepped back, leaving me in utter confusion. As he walked away from me to the bathroom, I watched him with disappointment twisting in my chest. What had I done? Did he hate me? I tipped my head against the wall, eyes burning with tears. Either this was rejection or restraint, for reasons only the goddess knew. Angry, I stormed into the closet, not bothering to wipe my tears, and changed into my night shorts and a tank top. I returned to the bed, breathing unsteadily, pulled over the sheets and went off to sleep. Nightmares returned. I was running through a thorny forest, branches of tall black trees cutting through my skin. The golden moon shone briefly, but did nothing even as thorny vines coiled around me, tightening and piercing my flesh. My back burned like fire in pain. I tried to scream, but strong muscular arms draped around me and pulled me out of there. I don't know how long I slept, but when I woke up, morning light streamed through the window. I was tangled in strong arms and warm sheets. Lucien's leg was draped over mine, and his heavy arm rested over my waist. His warm breath fanned against my skin. Slowly, I turned in his hold and found him watching me with his onyx eyes, which reflect with gold these days, like his wolf was at the surface. His dark hair was tousled and his features more relaxed than usual. My face warmed under his gaze. "Morning," he murmured, his voice husky, rough with sleep. "Morning," I whispered back. "Did you sleep well?" he asked, his fingers brushing my naked waist. I nodded. "Alpha Lucien," I said, worried as hell about his situation. His eyes widened, and he jolted away from me, getting out of the bed immediately. Angrily, he strode to the bathroom, saying, "I have to train my warriors." Again, he withdrew himself. I bit my lip and looked away, struggling with my tears. Alpha Lucien quickly went downstairs without saying a word. I felt empty. I dragged myself out of the bed to take a bath, wondering what I had done wrong. When I came down for breakfast, I found Vivi, Tom, and a bunch of staff eagerly glancing at me. They bowed to me. "Luna!" I stifled a gasp. This was a word I never dreamed I'd listen to. "You can call me Auren," I said, blushing. "No way," Vivi replied. "We've got a Luna in this house after centuries. Everyone will call you Luna." I chuckled, feeling giddy. "Did Lucien have his breakfast?" "Nope," she sighed. "He has gone to train the warriors." Then she lowered her voice. "Lady Sable is also there for the training." What? Jealousy crashed through me like a raging storm. Before I knew, I was striding toward the training arena. Auren POV. My shoulders were bunched up in tension and depression. I hated being away from Lucien, a feeling both unfamiliar and unsettling. But I knew that this was mostly because of the bond sealed during the wedding ceremony and nothing else. The training arena was filled with warriors, sparring with each other. The place was impressive, huge as compared to my pack. There were 5 rings where wolves trained, and several small spaces on the sides where the young ones were being trained by the more experienced wolves. There was a rack filled with weapons, and some wolves trained with those. My eyes roamed around to locate Lucien. I found him sparring in the last ring with a wolf who looked as bulky and strong as him. Lucien was clearly dominating. More wolves joined in, and it seemed like he was using the fight to unleash his aggression. The wolves around him groaned and cried in pain as he sent them flying out of the ring one by one. I had come to find Sable, but seeing Lucien fighting like this had me mesmerized. The way his muscles rippled with every movement, his agility, those powerful thighs, and those biceps. Goddess help me. I was fangirling. He was a piece of art, made by the goddess with perfection when she had spare time. How could one be so beautiful that you could get lost in just admiring his beauty? "What are you doing here, Auren?" A voice snapped me out of my reverie. I turned my head sharply to find Sable snickering at me. My jealousy returned with full force. "What are you doing here?" I countered, crossing my arms across my chest. She chuckled sarcastically. "Being a pack member, I am here for training. I am a warrior, not some fragile Omega Luna meant only to breed. Unlike you, I have to maintain my position and status in the pack. Not everyone has the luck like yours, or should I say bad luck like yours. So go away. This is not a place for Omegas." Her words were laced with sarcasm, and they found its mark. Humiliation coated me, but it was enough. I boiled in rage. "My position is something you've long dreamed of, Sable. Unfortunately, you'll never be the Luna of this pack. His mistress, maybe, but not his Luna." She seethed. "You." I cut her off. "And that's Luna Auren for you, not Auren." Saying that, I ambled to where Lucien was still fighting the wolves. I turned my head over my shoulder and added, "Continue training, Sable. We need good warriors for this pack." As if that was the last straw to the insult, her jaw nearly hit the floor. I relished the sight. It was utterly satisfying. The moment I reached Lucien's ring, he froze mid-punch and whipped his head to look at me. His eyes flashed golden. His alpha aura slipped out, and the place became silent. My eyes widened as I took in his sweat-drenched torso and low-hanging training shorts. His hair clung to his forehead, droplets of sweat tracing the hard lines of his body. His muscles were taut. His expression was beautifully fierce, so raw that I stifled a moan. Our gazes locked, and as if on instinct, he walked to me like a thunder and sat down. The whole world faded around us. My breath became ragged. He took a strand of my hair in between his fingers, brought it to his nose and inhaled it, visibly relaxing. His eyes returned to their normal color. "Aren't you afraid of me?" he asked in a rough voice. "No, I'm not," I murmured. "You should be, little wolf." My breath hitched. He brought his palm to cup my cheek, and I leaned into his touch. My nerves calmed down. Closing my eyes, I replied, "I'm not intimidated by you, even if you are the mightiest hunter on this earth." His touch was becoming my drug. "What a masochistic hunter I am," he murmured, brushing my cheek with his thumb. He leaned over me, and I lifted myself on my tiptoes, and before I knew it, his lips crashed on mine in a soft kiss. He removed instantly, and I immediately hated the air between us. Alpha Lucien jumped over the ropes of the ring and landed right next to me effortlessly. "This is a dangerous place," he said, placing his hand on the small of my back. "Let's go back." My eyes landed on Sable, who was watching me with hatred, and her earlier words came crashing down. "No!" I responded stubbornly. He jerked his head back, his brows furrowing. "What do you mean, Auren?" he asked. Jutting out my chin stubbornly said, "I want to train." Alpha Lucien was bamboozled. "What?" he chuckled, bewildered. "I'm guessing this is a joke, so let's go back." I shook my head. "No." I moved away from him. "I know that I'm just an Omega, but that doesn't mean that I can't spar. Given a chance, I can do it." Lucien clenched his jaw. He came close to me and in a low, dangerous voice said, "Do you know what a punch from these warriors would do to you? It can put you in a lifetime of coma or worse. It can kill you. So, no training for you. Just come back with me." He grabbed my hand and started to walk out, leaving no room for discussion. But I jerked my hand away from his. I want to be trained, Lucien, so teach me. Lucien growled, Auren, this is ridiculous. Stop being stubborn. But I crossed my arms against my chest, meaning business. He narrowed his eyes in a last attempt to scare me. My heartbeat increased in fear. A fuck, he rasped. He held my hand and the fear seeped away in his warmth. Okay, I'll spar with you today. Then he shook his head. Not me, I might hurt you. His eyes scanned the entire arena and landed on a wiry boy. You, he shouted. Come here and train with my Luna. The boy started trembling as he walked toward us. He was in his teens and withered under Lucien's alpha aura. When he came to stand right in front of us, it seemed like he would faint any time. Lucien towered over him and growled, You will train with my Luna today. Go easy. Yes, Alpha, he replied, quivering. I rolled my eyes. The boy looked so frail that a strong gust of wind could carry him away. I sighed and shook my head, but Lucien jerked his chin to a small ring for him to step in. Once the boy was there, Lucien turned to me and instructed, Wait for him to punch you. Try to dodge it. Tire him. Once he is tired, hit him, okay? He walked with me to the ring. If you feel that you can't fight him, come out. I heard Sable chuckling from the side, and my anger increased. Okay, I huffed. Don't interfere. Determined, I stepped into the ring and caught the boy staring at Lucien, his expression tense. It was clear he was receiving instructions through the mind link from his alpha, surely not to hurt me. What's your name? I asked as he took his stance in front of me. Max, let's get over this, he fumed. I don't want to be seen sparring with an Omega, he hissed. And without warning, he launched a punch at me, hitting me square on my shoulder. Auren POV. I winced in pain. A low growl rumbled from behind me, which was undeniably Lucien, warning the boy. I clenched my jaw and glanced at him to stop intimidating my opponent. I wanted to win or lose it at my expense. He must have understood because he crossed his arms across his chest with a scowl settling in his face. Max bounced on his feet in front of me, his victory and sneer apparent on his face. Like he implied, I was a dumb Omega to face him, but what he didn't realize was that I had been beaten so many times by wolves stronger than him that the punch he sent to me was bearable. He swung his fist toward me again. Somehow, I ducked and managed to dodge it. Angered, he swung another punch, but I dodged him again by bending back. It looked like he was in a hurry to finish the fight. He didn't give me time, and lifting his leg, he spun to kick me in my belly. However, I spun to the right, evading him. Max lost his balance. He fell hard on the ground on his knees and hands. The audience gasped. I took the chance and kicked him as hard as possible on his butt. He further stumbled, groaning in pain, and fell flat on the floor. I didn't give him time to recover. Lifting my leg, I kicked him with all my strength. I expected him to rise and retaliate, but instead he curled into a ball, whimpering in pain. "Help me!" he cried. There was pin-drop silence in the arena as I looked at Max with uneven breaths, wondering what I really did to him. Few seconds later, Lucien jumped in the ring. Grabbing my waist, he picked me up, bringing me to his eye level. "I'm proud of you, little wolf," he breathed. From the corner of my eye, I saw someone helping Max out. Before I could figure out what was happening, Lucien crashed his lips on mine and carried me out of the ring. Adrenaline gushed in. Logic tossed out of my mind. I kissed him back feverishly, needing it. We continued to kiss until we reached our room. His face dipped to the crook of my neck and I inclined my neck, whimpering with desire. He grazed me there with his teeth. Or were those his fangs? An area between my thighs ached. Suddenly, he snapped his head back, his eyes flashing golden, his nostrils flaring. "Stop it," he growled. Puzzled, I asked, "Stop what?" A shudder ran down his body and he set me on my feet, his eyes going dark. "Nothing," he replied angrily and walked inside our room. Stunned by his hot and cold treatment, I felt terrible. "Did I do something wrong?" I asked in a low, cautious voice. "No," he snapped. Running his fingers through his hair, he let out a rough exhale. "I have to go to the High Council," he declared, "for a few days." I gawked at him. "Why?" "Personal work," he said mysteriously. Lucien went to take a bath, leaving me with 1,000 questions. When we both came down for breakfast, I saw Tyrion. He bowed to me with a smile. "Luna, Alpha." Since my mood had dipped drastically, I gave him a tight smile and sat down. "You were awesome out there in the ring," he complimented me. Have you ever been trained? I chuckled. Ah, no. I just used to watch the warriors fighting from afar. Omegas weren't allowed to fight. His eyes widened. But it looked like you were a trained warrior. I mean, your moves were pretty natural. I shrugged, my cheeks flushing. I was just lucky. Well, that was impressive. Lucien glared at Tyrion as he listened to the conversation. After a few minutes of awkward silence, during which only the crunching of food filled the air, Lucien said to Tyrion, "I'll be leaving for the High Council tonight and will be back in 3 days. Take care of Auren and make sure that she is protected at all times." Tyrion blinked at him in confusion. "Why are you going to the High Council all of a sudden?" he asked. "Is there something important? This visit wasn't on your agenda." I stared at Lucien to listen to the answer, but when his eyes turned glossy, I knew that the two were talking via mind link. It infuriated me even more. What was he hiding? Going to the High Council was something that one couldn't take lightly. I gobbled my food as fast as possible and stomped out of the dining room, feeling Lucien's stare at my back. Lucien didn't come to the bedroom. From the balcony, I watched him leaving for the office, feeling all the more frustrated. It was in the afternoon that a packet arrived for me. It was from Lucien. Inside I found a tablet, something only high-ranking members in my pack used. I had always wondered about it. Excitement bubbled inside me, and before I knew it, the entire day slipped away as I browsed the internet. In the evening when he returned, he was still looking like a thundercloud. "Thank you," I said, smiling. With his brows furrowing deep, he nodded and said, "Auren, I'll be out for a few days. Please make sure that you take care of yourself. Eat well, sleep well, and don't go back to the training arena. If you have to go out, take Vivi with you. If you have to." "Why are you going?" I cut him off. "Can I come with you?" I didn't know why, but the thought of being apart from him unsettled me. Why was I so clingy? "No," he rasped. "You can't come with me. You are safer here." I gritted my teeth. "Okay," I replied stubbornly. If he didn't want me, neither did I. He left immediately after. That night I couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in my bed. Nightmares revisited. In my dreams there was darkness slithering around me like snakes, suffocating me. I shot up with a jolt with my heart racing wildly. Trembling, I swallowed thickly and plopped back on the pillow. I curled into a fetal position, hugging my knees. The door opened and someone walked in. Perhaps Vivi or another Omega. Was I screaming? They looked at me, but I couldn't make out who they were because my mind was hazy. They touched me, asking questions. But without Lucien, I felt vulnerable and didn't answer them. There were so many things running through my mind, fragments of everything. "Where's Lucien?" I whispered. "He'll be back soon." "He needs me," I murmured, "or not." "He's fine, Luna Auren." "No." My eyes went outside the window where the waning moon hung over the dark poplars. "You should eat and then go back to sleep." How could I sleep? I tried to look at the two wolves through my hazy vision. "I want to go to Lucien." They didn't talk to me. Instead, they made me lie again, and after covering me in sheets, they left. The next day, when I woke up, I stretched slowly and yawned. My entire body felt like a bulldozer ran over it. I needed to shower and eat something to have some energy and forget about Lucien, so I went to the kitchen to stay busy. But things worsened. Auren POV. Vivi's eyes widened when she saw me. "Luna, I'm making your favorite red velvet cake. Give me 20 minutes and it'll be ready. In the meantime, I have blueberry pie that Tom has prepared." She took my hand and guided me to the island table. "I know how to make red velvet cake," I whispered, my mind still hazy. "Let me help you." Despite Vivi stopping me, I went to the counter where the batter was and began adding ingredients. I ended up adding twice the amount of sugar and then messed up with vegetable stir-fry. In the end, the food tasted like poison. Vivi and Tom didn't say a word as other Omegas only looked at me curiously. I forced some juice down my throat, but it revolted in my stomach. Wiping my face, I said, "I'm going to the training arena." "But Luna, you can't!" Vivi protested. I didn't pay heed to her and walked out into the corridor toward the arena. Every sound outside, the rustling of leaves, the distant laughter, it all felt like it belonged to another world, one I wasn't a part of. The idea of carrying on with life felt exhausting. Internally, I hoped that the day ended fast. Tyrion was not happy to see me in the training arena. "Luna, you shouldn't be here. he said as he came to stand next to me, scanning me. "You are pale and fragile." I gulped, looking away, wrapping my arms around my body. I needed distraction, so just let me train. He pursed his lips, but he couldn't deny me. He looked around to find a suitable candidate for me. I realized that Max hadn't come. I didn't ask about him, but I was curious as to why he didn't come. My gaze drifted to Sable, who stood on the side, talking to two girls, showing them some weapons. As if on cue, she turned, a smile curving her lips before she bowed. She walked over to us with the two girls following closely. "I can help her train," she offered. There was something sinister in her eyes, and I felt like she was throwing a gauntlet toward me. I wanted to pick it up, but Tyrion growled, "No, not you. You are too advanced for Luna. But you," he looked at her right. "Julie is at beginner level. You will train with Luna. And you better go easy," he commanded. "Show her the basic moves and make sure that she isn't injured." As Sable shrugged, Julie grinned. She bowed to me. "It'll be a pleasure." Fighting with Julie was anything but pleasure. She also came from the long line of my haters. In the ring, Julie circled me like a predator, her eyes glinting with arrogance. She came closer to me and smirked. An Omega in the training arena. Cute. She whirled to stand in front of me as I watched her movements. From serving tea to the warriors to training with them, quite a raise, isn't it? Clenching my fists, I said, "Let's just get over this." "Oh, I'd love to." She lunged first, slamming her fist into my ribs. Pain exploded through me, and I staggered. But this pain was better than the internal one. Another blow came to my arm, knocking me back. It was clear that she was attacking, just like Max. She chuckled. "Relax, Luna. This is how you learn." Then she swept my legs out from under me. I hit the ground hard, air whooshing from my lungs. Before I had a chance to get up, her feet connected with my stomach, making me gasp. "Enough!" Tyrion shouted. I shot a glare at him and shook my head once. He stopped near the ring with his fists clenched tightly. Sable, on the other hand, was grinning like she was enjoying it. "You need to toughen up, Luna," Julie said and kneed me in the side, sending me skidding across the floor. "This is for your own good." She let out a low laugh. Blood dripped from my lips and my vision blurred. She kneeled and, leaning over, hissed, "Now you know your position, Omega?" Something inside me snapped. Was it Sienna? My vision turned red. With a guttural growl, I got up. Surprised, she swung her fist at me, but I ducked. Twisting my body, I slammed my elbow into her ribs. She gasped, her eyes going wide. I followed up with a kick to her knee, forcing her down. The world blurred as I moved on instinct, striking, dodging, retaliating, like I was moving in darkness to chase the demons. "Luna," Tyrion's voice rang from somewhere. "You need to stop." A firm grip seized my wrists, yanking them back and holding them in a tight grasp. When my vision cleared, Julie lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and unmoving. I swayed on my feet as my own blood dripped onto the floor. I heard Sable screaming for help. Did I kill her? No. I could still hear her faint heartbeat. "You need medical attention," Tyrion said. I barely registered the fact that I had won when darkness swallowed me whole. Lucien POV. The High Council Library's archives lay buried 3 floors below, rarely visited. They were protected with layers of dark magic which shielded the forbidden knowledge. Unlike others, alphas could get inside without permission from the elders of the council. The librarian, a witch called Samantha, gave me an indifferent look. "I won't be responsible for the outcomes. What you need may be available in row 10. She gave me a bell. "For emergencies." A chill ran down my spine. The descent into the archives was suffocating. With each step I took down the spiral staircase, the air grew heavier, pressing against my skin like invisible hands. Dark magic thrummed around me, humming through the cold stone walls. It felt ancient, alive and watching. When I stepped onto the 3rd basement, Remus growled low in warning. The magic slithered against my skin and whispered, "Turn back. Leave." Determined, I opened the massive iron door with unfamiliar runes. The runes pulsed, daring me to go inside, but I stepped in. Lights flickered on by themselves, one by one as I walked in. The icy tendrils of dark magic clung to me, trying to penetrate my mind and body. Sweat beads formed on my forehead. I gritted my teeth. Every step was heavier than the last. Pain grew in my heart, and when the magic seeped into the weakest part of my mind, my head exploded in pain. I winced, stumbling and clutching the racks in front of me. "Focus, Remus," I said. We are in this together, for our mate. But Remus remained quiet. The magic constantly invaded my mind, trying to break me, flashing images of painful memories. It was like having nightmares repeatedly. Breathe in, breathe out. I focused to keep my mind strong with Remus's help, and walked ahead until I reached my destination. But the library's magic was too powerful for even an alpha like me. I couldn't take it anymore and huddled on the floor. "Remus, you can do it," I gritted. I knew Remus was the most unhinged wolf ever born. He hadn't shown his worst yet. His true powers were hidden. If unleashed, he could alone create a ruthless bloodbath. He was born out of centuries of curse and darkness. "Think of a happy memory," Remus advised quietly. "Happiness?" My mind went back to the moment when I saw Auren in her wedding dress. Lucien POV. Even though I was trying to focus on my happy moment, the dark magic curled around me, seeping into my mind, trying to twist reality, bending my thoughts. Shadows coiled at the edges of my vision, getting into the fractures of my mind. My breath turned ragged. "We have to focus," Remus growled inside me. "Auren, mate." My mind wanted to reach happiness, so I focused. "Auren," I murmured like she was an anchor to pull me out of this abyss, and there she was, standing in her wedding dress bathed in the soft moonlight. My breath hitched. She looked ethereal. Her silver eyes shimmered when she looked at me, piercing through my darkness. The shadows around me hissed. I focused harder, remembering how my chest warmed when I saw her that night. She looked untouchable, mine. My vision cleared. The tendrils of magic retreated, but not completely. They still lurked to find my weakness. My voice was uncertain as I murmured, "Auren?" She smiled beautifully. "You called me?" A shudder ran through me. She was standing in front of me, untouched by the dark magic with soft silver moonlight clinging to her. But how? I reached for her, half expecting for her to disappear. But she reached for me and intertwined her fingers with mine. "You will always find me when you need me," she replied with amusement in her eyes. The suffocating thickness lifted off my chest and my mind felt freer, clearer. "Come," she softly said, "let's go somewhere better." The world around me shifted, and I found myself standing by the river at the pack's northern border, my favorite place as a pup. The water reflected the stars above. The air smelled of damp earth and pine. She stood by me, her hand still in mine. "What were you looking for?" she asked as she plucked a flower and smelled it. A foliage of herbs appeared in front of me. Moonshade blossom, bloodroot, silverleaf, wolfsbane, and starfire herb. My eyes widened at the array. These were available at the banks of this river. I let out an exhale, letting my shoulders drop. "You've taken me to the right place. How do you know about this?" She grinned and silver from her eyes spilled out on the edges. "Of course I know everything." For a long time we walked along the riverbank as the stars stretched endlessly over us. Suddenly, something pulsed around me. Auren's eyes went wide and pain etched across her face, and she fell on her knees. Her pain rumbled through me. "Auren!" I shouted, reaching for her. "Don't go!" The skies thundered and drops of crimson rained on us. Before I knew, her wedding gown was covered in blotches of blood. "No, no!" I rasped. "Auren!" Goosebumps prickled my skin. And then, just like that, she was gone. I slipped back through the mirage into reality and saw that I was half bent over a pile of books, some open, some closed. The dark magic began curling around me faster than before. It invaded me fiercely, pressing hard against my skin. Remus growled in warning, and I pressed the bell. Auren POV. There were shadows all around as I sat huddled in their center. I didn't want to get out of it, feeling weak. Without Lucien, this was my life perhaps. I wished he was here. "Auren?" A deep voice penetrated my mind. I battled with the shadows to see clearer. My eyes widened when I found Lucien standing in front of me. What kind of trickery was my mind playing? "How did you find me here?" I whispered, excited. His lips curled up. "You called for me." He wrapped his hand around mine. "Come," he said. He took me to a riverbank beneath a sky full of stars. The world was quiet except for the soft rustle of wind and his hand in mine. We walked in silence, and I felt better, untouched by the pain that lingered on the edge of my mind. Suddenly, the wind shifted. A single drop of crimson landed on my dress. My breath hitched as I looked at him in confusion. "No," I gasped, reaching for him, but he slipped away, dark mist curling around him. "Lucien," I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the shadows, and then there was nothing. I don't know how long, but I heard a faint voice. Auren. It seemed to come from the sky. Auren. Was that Lucien? Strong hands grasped me and tucked them next to a hard, warm chest. I'm taking her home, he growled. As if on instinct, I clutched the shirt of the person holding me in his arms. His pine and spice smell wrapped around me, and I immediately calmed down. I surrendered to the warmth I had craved for days. Inhaling deeply, I moaned and snuggled my face in his chest. When I fluttered open my eyes next, I found myself staring into very dark eyes. Lucien, I rasped. When did you come? Was this even real? He was there in my dreams. How long was I unconscious? Lucien stared intensely into my eyes, and my heart flipped. His tousled hair and 2-day stubble gave him a rugged edge. All the anxiety and darkness that I felt over the past days lifted, leaving warmth in its stead. He placed a finger on my lips. So many questions, he said as he kissed his finger that was on my lips. And you were unconscious for 1 day. 1 day? Did that mean he returned in 2 days instead of 3? I blinked my eyes at him in confusion. But you're fine now, he added, leaning over me closer. As if he couldn't stop himself, he rolled over me and pressed me to the mattress. Then he crashed his lips on mine. I moaned in his touch greedily. Before I knew it, my legs wrapped around his waist, pulling him closer. My fingers tangled in his hair, tugging him toward me as his hands gripped me possessively. I parted my lips, and with a deep growl, he delved his tongue inside me, stroking me, tasting me, devouring me like he was starving. Like I was the only thing that could satisfy his hunger. My body melted into his, heat pooling low in my stomach as he grounded himself on me. A shiver ran down my spine when he grazed my bottom lip, sucking it into his mouth. And in this moment, I was his. We were both breathless when, to my embarrassment, my stomach growled. Goddess, it always had wrong timing. He jerked his head back. You have to eat. What? He shook his head and pulled me out of the bed. I stifled a protest as he held my hand and guided me to the dining room. Why did you go for training? He asked, changing the topic, leaving me frustrated. I wanted to divert my attention. At what cost? He said disapprovingly. You had a lot of blood on you. I pursed my lips as my eyes went to my arm where Julie had slashed it, but surprisingly it had healed. In 1 day, there was no bandage, which was pretty unusual because as an Omega I healed slower than all other wolves, taking at least 3 to 4 days. It has healed fast. Tyrion said that you healed within a few hours, Lucien informed me, not believing himself. I was shocked. A few hours? How is that possible? I have to ask Elias what potion he applies on you. Then he glanced at me when we were at the landing of the staircase. I heard that you defeated Julie. I blushed. Just lucky, I guess. He chuckled darkly but proudly. Anyway, no more training for you, and tomorrow you are accompanying me to the hospital in the human town. We have an appointment with the nutritionist. Why? Because if I have to mark you, you need to be healthy. Lucien POV. I had returned in 2 days from the High Council's library, not because I had found what I was looking for, but because of the vision I saw, of Auren bathed in crimson blood. The vision was so disturbing that Remus forced me to go back to see her. And true to what I had thought, Auren was in the hospital. I rushed there. Seeing her lying unconscious on the hospital bed sent a sharp, visceral pain through me, as if someone had ripped out a part of my soul. Her face was too pale, and she was so fragile that my savage wolf stirred with a desperate need to pull her in my arms. I clenched my fists to stop trembling. She insisted on training, Alpha, Tyrion said, lowering his head. I wanted her to go back, but she is my Luna. I couldn't stop her. Then he lowered his voice and added, and she is stubborn. I growled in warning, but I knew that Auren was stubborn. Last time when she fought with Max, she warned not to interfere. When Tyrion said that she won against Julie, I was astonished. Even though Julie was at the beginner level, she had Gamma blood, and that was much superior to Omega blood. Julie could easily take down Auren, but Auren not only won against Julie, she managed to inflict injuries on her. Julie was in the ward, bandaged and healing with red marks and cuts. I felt like killing Julie right on the spot, but controlled myself because if I did that, the pack members would raise questions. Remus was going insane inside me to break free and shred Julie to pieces. Kill her, he growled. She hurt our mate. I can't. Auren wanted to fight with her as well. So what? He argued. No one gets to hurt our mate. I had to push him down with difficulty. I was shocked when Elias said that Auren had healed completely. He said that by the time Tyrion brought her to the hospital, her skin had begun healing. In a few hours, she was absolutely fine. Her skin had stitched up. Elias said that she was unconscious because of mental trauma. He also heeded that she might eat a lot of food in order to gain strength once she regained consciousness. I couldn't leave Auren in the hospital, so when I saw her there, the first thing I did was on instinct. I picked her up and carried her back to our house. Surprisingly, that calmed Remus to the extent that he stopped demanding for blood. True to what Elias said, Auren ate a hearty meal the next morning, much to my delight. I watched her stuffing her food into her mouth as she explained how she tackled Julie in the ring. "Lucien, I want to go for training regularly. I know I can do it." I shook my head. "No, I can't risk it anymore." "But why?" she whined. I didn't hear her argument at all. "We are going to the human town now," I said, leaving no room for discussion. We finished breakfast and walked to the garage when all at once I heard Sable. "Alpha Lucien!" Ignoring her, I opened the door for Auren to sit inside, extending my hand and helping her in. "Alpha Lucien," Sable called me again. "Are you going somewhere?" she asked. I gritted my teeth. "Human town." Her eyes briefly went to Auren. "Can I come with you? I also have some work." "No," I replied gruffly and went to sit at the wheels. "I have to take her for an appointment. Besides, you can go on your own." She gawked at me. "You are taking her for an appointment personally? Someone else can take her." I narrowed my eyes on her. "Oh, so now I have to take your advice on how I work? What else would you like, Miss Sable? Should I report to you when I return?" I asked sardonically, as my thoughts turned darker by the minute. "And how dare you question me?" Sable withered under my glare. "I'm sorry, Alpha Lucien," she muttered. "Be careful of what you say," I growled. "Your father's position can't protect you all the time." Sable's mouth dropped to the floor. Angry at her interference, I sped the car out of the mansion. I had to teach this girl a lesson one day. She took advantage of coming to my house on the pretext of training in the arena, which was situated in my estate. I glanced at Auren, who didn't ask me anything. Instead, she sat in her seat and looked outside as the scenery changed, looking unbothered, which was a relief. The road to the human town wound through the dense forest, and I loved watching her take in the scenery. My wolf was busy rolling himself in the sweet and warm apple smell that filled my black Maybach. Now all I wished was she held my hand, or better, if she sat on my lap as I drove. I glanced at her, wondering if I could take her hand in mine, but refrained. That made my muscles coil in tension, and I clutched the wheel tightly. I didn't want to look like a pervert, even though all my thoughts were in the gutter. "This is my first time going to a human town. Where are we going?" she asked. "To a hospital." In an hour, we drove in front of a grand hospital that Auren was stunned to see. "It's huge," she rasped. I chuckled. "Yes, my pack keeps giving them donations. That's why they are so grand." As we walked inside, I couldn't help holding her hand. Her hand was so small and soft as I covered it in my large ones. But I felt better. There were so many unmated, handsome doctors in the hospital that my wolf was already getting restless. "I told you to mark her already. See what you've done. All these doctors are staring at my mate. Should I kill them?" "Calm down," I chided him. "Wow," she chirped, snapping me out of my murderous thoughts. "It's beautiful. Dr. Elias and Dr. Barry did their residency from this hospital, and that's why when it is needed, I come here. But they don't know we are werewolves." "Oh, why, there's a treaty amongst werewolves and humans which prohibits us from revealing our true nature to the humans. We just coexist." Auren was surprised, but I admired the way she took the information quietly. As we passed through the lobby and the corridors, the female doctors and nurses gave me suggestive looks with hearts in their eyes, blushing and greeting me. Remus growled at all of them, feeling repulsed by their reaction. "Can I kill them?" I rolled my eyes. All he wanted was to kill anyone who looked or admired Auren, man or woman. As soon as the receptionist saw me, she hurried to me. "How can I help you?" she asked excitedly, recognition in her eyes, as she glanced at Auren and then at our joined hands. "We have booked an appointment for Auren Vaslov." Auren whipped her head to look at me. "Vaslov?" she mumbled. I I smirked. Yes, I whispered, leaning close to her ear. You're Lucien Vaslov's wife, and so your name becomes Auren Vaslov. Adding my name to hers was exhilarating, like a primal satisfaction. It felt right, like claiming what was mine, binding her to me forever. But why was she so surprised? Auren POV. Vaslov. Vaslov. I repeated that name silently in my mind as I scrambled through my memories. Where did I hear it? Auren Vaslov. When recognition hit me, the surprise that flickered through me left me breathless. I took a ragged breath in trying to make sense out of things. That was the name of the wolf who I had seen in my visions when I was in the Elder Amir ruins. He was the one who rejected his moonmate, Nakia. All the time I thought that what I saw was nothing but fragments of my tortured mind. But was it the case? Maybe what I saw in the ruins was true. It did happen in the past. Goddess. It was the first time I heard Lucien's last name, and it sounded like it belonged to me, like I was destined to be Auren Vaslov. Auren, he said in a low, cautious voice. I snapped out of my thoughts. Lucien, there's something I'd like to say, I replied excitedly. Sure, what is it? He asked with a frown. Mr. Vaslov? A soft voice interrupted us. I looked at the woman who was standing in the doorway of a room in front of us. With chocolate brown hair that was tied in a ponytail, she looked pretty. She was wearing scrubbers, and so I assumed that she was a doctor. Ignoring me completely, she tilted her head and smiled at Lucien. I'm Dr. Sheila. I've been expecting you. Please come in, sir, she said with a pale blush on cheeks and a suggestive smile. My earlier thoughts disappeared. Never leaving my hand, Lucien nodded and guided me inside her room. Sheila's chamber was small but cozy. As we sat across her at the table, her focus remained on Lucien, but the way she eyed him was like he was a candy she wanted to eat. I didn't like it one bit, but I guess since he was one of the major donors to this hospital, regard for him was natural. You wanted to see the nutritionist? She inquired. Unfortunately, she is on a long paternity leave. I'm filling in for her. I see, Lucien replied. We are here to get a detailed diet plan for Auren. Oh, I see, she said dryly. Then she began asking me various questions. I answered all of them right from what I eat to what I would love to eat, but it seemed like she wasn't listening to what I said. After about 10 minutes, she handed me a folder. This includes the food options for you. Make sure that you read it all. As I took the folder in my hand and flipped through the pages, I realized that all this information was available online. I saw it often on the tablet that Lucien had given me. And one printed paper was like she had downloaded it without research and punched it in the folder. I sighed. What was the point in coming here? I could have researched all this on the internet, but I didn't say anything to her because that would be impolite. So I thanked her. Thanks, Dr. Sheila. She waved me off indifferently and turned her attention back to Lucien, and once again hearts appeared in her eyes. Mr. Vaslov, there's a charity ball in 2 days for cancer research in our hospital. People have been asking me if I had found my partner for it. She batted her eyelashes as if looking for an answer from Lucien. I was thinking. Ignoring her blatantly, Lucien looked at me. Would you like to ask her anything? Anything specific that you would like to include in your diet? Yes, I had hundreds of questions. I really wanted to ask Sheila as to why she was snubbing me. Was this how she was with all her patients? And why was she eye-fucking? We came this far only to talk about my diet plan. The fact that Lucien wanted to mark me was so overwhelming that I would do anything for it, even come to a nutritionist and follow every diet she suggested. Basically, I wanted to be healthy as a horse to take his mark. But I pursed my lips and said, no. Lucien's brows furrowed as he studied me. Then he fully turned to me and cupped my cheeks with his large hands. His dark eyes stared intensely into my gray ones, piercing into my soul. I felt a blush creeping on my cheeks as my eyes widened. What was he doing? What was he trying to prove? Or was it that he also felt the same? Dr. Sheila, he said, tilting his head, I don't think my wife is satisfied with your counseling. Wife, the word sounded like a caress to me, my heart filling with warmth. Wife? Sheila squeaked. Her eyes snapped to me and she paled. I'm sorry, but I gave her the best meal plans. Then she added with a sad expression and a shaky voice, however, it is natural for her to find faults. Rich wives always do that. Under the facade of her sad expression, it was easy to see that she was panicked because her insincerity was exposed. She looked from me to Lucien. Lucien lowered his hands to take mine in his large ones. He turned to Shayla and scoffed, "Don't you say that to my wife. Your meal plan is shitty, and judging by the look of it, you probably pulled it off the internet." Auren kept quiet about it out of politeness. "But did you take me for a fool?" His words surprised me because he actually noted what I also noted. The thing was that when Dr. Sheila was giving him suggestive smiles, he was responding back with a smile. While Lucien was only being courteous, she thought that she had a chance to flirt with him. With his striking looks, muscular build, and status as a hospital donor, how could she possibly let this chance slip away? When she saw me beside him, she assumed I was just a one-night stand, too timid to be anything more to Lucien. Compared to me, she was a renowned doctor. With a few flirty smiles and looks, she thought she could win Lucien's dark heart. But what she didn't anticipate was that I was his wife. "And no, Mr. Vaslov," she sputtered. "Do you know the kind of donations I give to this hospital?" Lucien growled, "And if this is the output I'll receive, there's no point in helping further." Saying that, he got up and tugged me outside. Before leaving, he pulled the folder out of my hand and hurled it across the room to her. "Use this plan for yourself." Dr. Sheila was so stunned by what happened that her face turned ashen white. But what happened next was even more bewildering. Auren POV. Lucien hurried out of the room and into the corridor, holding my hand, his expression thunderous. I had to practically jog with him as we walked out of the hospital. Just as we reached the exit, a tall man came hurrying toward us. "Mr. Vaslov," he said loudly. Lucien stopped with me and narrowed his eyes on him. "Yes?" The man was breathless and panting as he came to stand in front of us. "I'm Dean of the hospital, Dr. Robert Brown." "I know who you are," Lucien replied. Robert licked his lips as he glanced at me. "I'm sorry for how Dr. Sheila treated you. Lucien put his hands up. "It's not me who you should apologize to. You have to apologize to my wife." Robert didn't look at me. He looked down at me. Like apologizing to me was way below his status. He swallowed, wondering how he could stoop to my level. Lucien continued to watch Robert like a hawk as he caressed my hand in his grip. And then, in a surprising gesture, he lifted his hand to his lips and kissed it, closing his eyes as took a deep breath in. My breath lodged in my throat as my heart somersaulted. His gesture was a bold declaration that no one had the right to see me in a derogatory way. Pride and admiration warred inside my chest. No one had given me so much respect all my life. His gesture left with so much warmth that it spread all across my body, and with those traitorous tingles that threatened to make me squeal in delight. What was happening to me? Lucien elicited many inexplicable foreign feelings inside me. I felt like a putty in his touch. Lucien POV. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't help but look at her quivering lips. All I wanted was to kiss her, claim her right here, right now. Kissing her here and there wasn't enough. I really had to mark her. No, I really had to claim her. This way I was torturing my soul. I don't know how long we stared into each other's eyes, but it took all my power to tear my gaze from her and return to Robert. Dr. Robert looked at my wife, his eyes slightly wide. "I'm really sorry, Mrs. Vaslov," he apologized. "Dr. Sheila is also very sorry. She didn't mean to be discourteous. It was just that." He pursed his lips, not knowing what else to say. She swallowed, wondering if she could ever answer back to a man like Dr. Robert Brown. But I squeezed her hand to assure her that I had her back. She took a deep breath in, like my energy into her seeped, and suddenly she was bolder, much to my delight. "Dr. Brown," she started, "though I don't know why you should apologize in place of Dr. Sheila, she should have been more respectful and attentive. If this is how she is with all the patients, then God help your patients." The advice that she gave me was nothing unique. She handed me papers that she had downloaded from the internet. Now I am wondering if she passed her medical exams or not. Robert's blood drained from his face. "Sheila is a good nutritionist," he rasped. She shrugged. "And yet that's the advice she gave me. I'm sorry, but unless you show improvement in medical services at this hospital, I don't think we should further extend the donations. She wasted our precious time, made me feel unimportant, and..." Auren glanced at me from under her thick eyelashes and a blush crept on her cheeks. Was she going to say that Sheila flirted with me? My wolf loved as he waited for her to say that she was jealous. But Auren stopped. Why wasn't she jealous? Both me and Remus deflated. Then she added, "Unless you favor Dr. Sheila, I don't see any reason for you to not sack her." Yes, that was like my true Luna. She spoke like someone in command, someone who knew the world was at her command, and I would make sure it stayed that way for her. She talked like she belonged to an alpha bloodline that ruled for centuries. She sounded like a queen, my queen, and at that time, I think I imagined her aura spilling out of her, because she shone. I wanted to wrap her in my arms and kiss her senseless. Dr. Robert's eyes widened in complete surprise. He wasn't expecting that a timid girl like her could give him such a bold reply. Licking his dry lips, he said, "I will make sure that things change here, Mrs. Vaslov." Auren nodded tightly. "Very well, then. We'd like to leave." Saying that, she tugged me out of the hospital and stopped only once she reached our car. I was really impressed by the way she put Robert in his place. She threatened him that we might withdraw our charity if he didn't work better on improving the work ethics of the place. She used her authority sincerely in a just manner. Remus's pride was spilling over to me and he was basking under it. I knew our mate was best. Once she reached our car, she leaned against it, trying to calm down her shallow breaths. I stood in front of her, holding her waist. Leaning onto her, I said, "You did great out there." "I did?" "Yes," I replied. She wasn't just great, she was stunning, dazzling, mesmerizing. I was the luckiest wolf in this world to have a mate like her. The only way to reassure her and to calm my excitement was to kiss her, so I pressed my lips to hers and she moaned against me. Her fingers slipped in my hair, which she clutched tightly. My chest rumbled with need, and I forced her to open her lips. I delved my tongue inside and explored her mouth like I was doing it for the first time, like I was starved of her. She didn't move away from me, which meant that she was as needy as me. My fangs must have slipped out because she yelped when they grazed her. Immediately, I removed my mouth from hers and realized that blood had smeared on her lips. Horrified, I cursed myself internally for being so impatient with her. I wiped her blood with my sleeve. "This is—" She grinned. "It's nothing," she said and smiled. "Goddess." Her lips were swollen because of my rough kiss. She looked so sexy that I think if I didn't claim her right now, I could die. "Let's go," I murmured, trying to rein in my dangerous thoughts. As I sped out of the human town, I had one more place to visit. But for that I had elaborate plans. So I stopped at a diner where I ordered a few dishes, got them packed, and hurried to the car where my wife was waiting for me. As I curved the car toward a road that didn't lead to my pack, she asked, "Where are we going?" "Surprise," I said, smiling. In her presence, I felt like a reckless teenager again, and I had no intention of holding back my feelings now. Auren POV. I was so nervous ever since I warned Dr. Brown about work ethics in his hospital that I was expecting some kind of backlash from Lucien. However, Lucien told me that what I did was right, and that made me feel better. He didn't reprimand me for how I talked to the doctor. I just needed his approval. Everyone else could go to hell. As he drove back to the pack, silence lingered between us. His kiss, it had helped me settle. Tension dissipated, and I felt lighter. When he got food packed on the way, my gaze flickered to them. The smell of roasted meat and warm bread filled my senses. What was he up to? When instead of taking the direct road back to the pack, he veered off the main path and steered us through the thick woods, surprise washed over me. My heart quickened, wondering where we were going. When he said surprise, I was thrilled. This was a new side of Lucien, one that I loved, one that I wished stayed forever. "Moon goddess, please don't let me die." He parked the car and stepped out, grabbing the bags before I could offer help. He took out a picnic basket and a small bag. "Come, let's go," he said, extending his hand to me. With heat rising to my cheeks, I took his hand. He guided me toward a spot where the trees parted to reveal a river. When we reached there, I couldn't stop staring at the breathtaking view. The afternoon sun glistened on the surface. The golden ripples danced over the lazy current of water. A gentle breeze rustled through the tall reeds that were near the river's edge. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of trees, casting dappled patterns on the bank. "Over there," he said, pointing where the wildflowers swayed lazily. Upon reaching there, he spread out the blanket on the grass near the river's edge. The side of his lips lifted slightly. "Sit," he said. Warmth bloomed in my chest as I sat down. He sat down behind me with his legs spread out wide around me. And in that moment, all that mattered was us. I heard the sound of birds chirping and an occasional splash of a fish when it broke the surface. The world here was serene. I could live here forever with him. "Thanks," I murmured, and on instinct, I rested my back on his chest. He kissed the crown of my head and inhaled my scent. I pretended not to notice the way my pulse jumped. For a while, we sat in comfortable silence, listening to the world around us. It felt natural. "Hungry?" he asked after a while. I nodded and reached the picnic basket to take out food, but he stopped me. He opened it, took out the containers, and handed me a plate before fixing one for himself. This was the most beautiful gesture anyone had ever done for me. To say that I was overwhelmed was an understatement. I was beyond joyous, my heart overflowing with gratitude. If only I could freeze this time forever. He watched me intensely as I ate food. While eating, my mind went to his last name, Lucien. I hesitated, unsure of how to bring up what I saw in the Eldermere temple. His brows slightly furrowed as he sensed my hesitation. "What is it?" he asked. I exhaled. "It's about the time when I was at the Eldermere ruins." He stiffened beside me. "You are not going back there." I shook my head. "No, I am not saying that, but..." I bit my bottom lip, my eyes going to the river. "At the temple ruins, I saw something." I turned to him. It was like a vision. I hesitated before adding, "In my vision, I saw a wolf named Vaslov, who came to meet the high priests of Eldermere. They offered him his moonmate, a priestess called Nakia. He rejected her." Lucien's face darkened, and I recoiled in fear. The playfulness in his features that I saw only a few moments ago vanished. "Vaslov, you say?" he gritted. "What else did you see?" I swallowed hard. When he rejected Nakia, she was so heartbroken that she turned into a shadow wolf, and along with her all the priests got sucked in an abyss of darkness. The moonstone altar cracked right in the middle and they all disappeared into it. And then, his jaw ticked. "And then what?" I took a ragged breath. "Then she cursed Vaslov, some bride Bane's curse." "Bride's Bane curse?" he rasped, his eyes wide in surprise. "Are you sure you heard that?" I nodded. After I revealed it all to him, my heart felt lighter, like I had shed millennia of weight. But I knew that he wouldn't believe me. I don't know what it means, but when the shadows wrapped around me, I felt trapped in it. Like I would never get out of there. Like I would become a part of shadow wolves. "Goddess!" Immediately, Lucien reached out to me. He pulled me in his lap and grabbed me around my waist. He leaned his forehead over mine and said, "Don't ever go back there. That place is prohibited." I curled my hands around his neck. "I won't. I don't know what to make out of your vision, Auren." Looking straight into my eyes, he said, "But the first alpha wolf of my bloodline was called Vaslov. Honestly, I don't know about his history. I mean, that is not there in our archives. But if he rejected his moonmate, and that's what you saw..." His let out a rough breath. "That's something serious. Maybe that's the puzzle missing in my bloodline. I don't know. We always heard about shadow wolves, but never saw them. Our ancestors have forbidden us from going to the ruins." A shudder ran down my spine, and I rested my head on his shoulder, closing my eyes against his nape. "I'll find out about it. Maybe the shaman knows. I can't believe that you actually encountered shadow wolves. What was it like?" "Lucien..." I hesitated. I explained everything to him, and he heard it with rapt attention. "Dear Lord..." His breath rasped in his throat. "You went through so much." His hand slid to the back of my neck as his fingers threaded through my hair and pulled me in front of him. "Because of me." He stared into my eyes, and then our lips met, slow at first. He let out a deep, primal growl. My hands fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer. His tongue traced the seam of my lips, coaxing them apart. I let him in. The kiss deepened as heat unfurled between us. His other hand went to my waist, where he gripped me tight, grounding me against him. His nostrils flared and he growled deeply. "Come for me, Auren," he said in a rough voice. Auren POV. Heat coiled inside me, a sensation so intense it stole my breath. His mouth claimed mine, so deep and consuming, pulling me under a tsunami of sensations I couldn't name. "Yes, such a good girl," Lucien muttered. "Come for me, baby." My breath came out in soft, uneven gasps, and a warmth spread through my veins, leaving me dazed. It was as if I was floating on the clouds. My fingers still clutched his shirt, trembling as I tried to catch my breath. "What was it?" I asked. I had never felt this before. Lucien chuckled as he brushed his lips against my temple. His breath was hot. In a deep, husky rasp, he said, "That's it, little wolf. Now you know what's yours to take, whenever you want." So I chased my orgasm. I barely registered his words, because I was still lost in the lingering waves of pleasure. But I felt his pride, which was odd, because a wolf like him must have brought so many women to pleasure. The thought was enough to dampen my mood. As if understanding me, he tightened his grasp around me, possessive and steady. "You've given something precious to me, Auren, and I have no intention of letting it go." With me in his arms, he lay down on the blanket. I closed my eyes, savoring his smell and his body. A raw need of something awakened inside me. But how? He caressed my hair, stroking my back. "Sleep, little moon," he said in the same husky, rough voice with tense muscles. "We'll do it soon." I don't know why, but I felt like he was in a lot of pain, and I wanted to take it away. But how? Sleep overcame me sooner than I thought. When I woke up, I found myself alone. Panicky, I whipped my head to see where he was. Had he abandoned me already? I got up, my heart thundering in my chest. The picnic basket was closed and the place was neat. My eyes went to the car, which was still standing where it was. The sun was setting down, giving way to the moon. Tears stung in my eyes. Lucien had left me. He had shown me a world of his and then abandoned me. Tears ran down my cheeks. How could he do that? But then what did you expect from an alpha like him? How long would he bear an omega as his bride? Shudders racked through me as I sobbed. I don't know how long I cried, but when I heard Auren, I snapped my head. Lucien was standing in just jeans, staring at me with his brows furrowed. "Lucien!" I got up and launched myself in his arms. He picked me up immediately, and I wrapped my legs around his waist. "What happened, baby?" he asked. "Where did you go? I thought you left me." A deep growl emanated from his chest. "Never ever think that," he said, clutching me tighter. "I can never leave you, and I'll ensure that you can't leave me either." His words brought so much relief to me that I crashed my lips on his. He carried me to the car, kissing me. When he removed himself, he said, "I had gone for a run. My wolf Remus wanted to break free." "Oh." He set me to my feet. Tucking a strand of hair behind my ear, he said tenderly, "Let's go home." On our way back home, the car was filled with the smell of herbs. Did he pick up wildflowers from the river? And he kept holding my hand all the way back. It was almost 10 p.m. when we reached home, and by that time I was tired. As he went to his library where Tyrion wanted to meet him, I took a quick shower and slipped under the blanket. When the mattress dipped behind me, I knew it was Lucien. He pulled me against his chest and kissed me on my neck. Tingles spread along the length of my body and limbs. "Soon, little moon, soon," he mumbled and went off to sleep. Next morning I woke up with a start, hearing a loud crash followed by noises. I got out of bed, noticing that Lucien had left. When I came out of the room, I heard Sable. "Oh God, I'm so sorry!" Vivi mumbled something under her breath and stomped out of the dining hall. I rushed down the stairs. What the hell was she doing here again? I was surprised to see that she was with Julie. She had recovered? Sable looked at me. "Luna," she bowed to me in a mocking way. "I'm so sorry, I broke a glass statue." She pointed at the shattered glass. "But what could I do?" she added and bit her bottom lip. "We were reading this magazine." She lifted a magazine in her hand and I blushed seeing the photo of a nude girl on its cover. She chuckled at my reaction. "I thought of giving it to you, but Julie suggested that if I gave it to you, you wouldn't know what to do with it." She glanced at Julie, who giggled. "After all, Alpha Lucien hasn't even marked you or claimed you." Julie and the other girl burst out laughing at me. "Maybe he has changed his mind," Julie snickered. "For good." Then she laughed more. My cheeks heated at their obvious insult. Sable sauntered toward me. She leaned closer and in a low voice said, "I heard that he doesn't want to have sex with you." "We had sex," I countered, remembering what we did yesterday at the river's edge. "Really?" Sable jerked her head back. Then she sniffed me and her lips curled up. "How could an alpha like him choose an omega like you?" she said sarcastically. "Leave it, Sable," Julie scoffed. She's not in our league. They jeered at me as they walked out, leaving me in utter shame and confusion. Lucien POV. I hated leaving Auren like this and wanted to fucking murder those who created disturbance in my perfect moment. But Tyrion said this was an emergency. I reached the pack border on the south, and the scent of blood was thick in the air. They must have killed a few rogues. A large number of warriors were already assembled there. What's wrong? I practically growled at Tyrion. I stepped over the rough terrain as the warriors parted for me. But my instincts coiled as I neared the place, and then I saw it. There was a body sprawled lifeless at the base of a poplar tree with its limbs twisted unnaturally. Blood pooled around it, some soaking the earth beneath it. Shocked, I stared at the body. The victim was a male, Max to be precise, the boy who fought Auren in the ring at the arena. A shudder ran down my body. I knew that with his murder, the pack people may blame Auren. I had to do something, and do it quickly. Who found him? I asked as I stepped near it. The morning patrol warriors, Tyrion said. It was unusual to find a dead body in or around my pack, and so this was quite a bold act from someone. I lowered my eyes to his body and studied it. From the looks of it, it seemed like there was no sign of struggle. There were no claw marks, no bites, not an iota of resistance from him. His claws were intact, which meant that he didn't have the chance to attack his murderer. There was just a single, deep wound slashed across his throat. It was precise and efficient, planned. I clenched my jaw as I crouched beside the corpse. I scanned the body in order to find clues. Who the hell had the guts to kill Max and then leave his body on my pack's border? Rogues were common and my warriors dealt with them. But this, it felt different. Calculated. A message rather than a kill. Where are his parents? I asked Tyrion as I brushed his throat. The drying blood had caked over there. We have already informed them. They had gone to meet their relatives in a different pack, Tyrion informed me. Tense, my eyes ran down his body, and I noticed a piece of paper jutting out of his pants pocket. It was so small that it could be easily missed against his white pants. I pulled it out and opened it. I froze when I saw what was drawn on it, a golden moon shackled in thorny vines, bisected by a jagged claw. Fuck. A dangerous growl came out of my throat, which belonged to Remus, and my warriors inclined their neck in submission. It was the same mark at Auren's back. My eyes darkened as all I could think of was to kill whoever committed this murder. What was that person trying to message me? That he would kill my Auren? How dare he mess with me? I would tear his guts out of his stomach and hang him with that. On this tree. Something rustled in the breeze, carrying the faintest scent of something familiar. Something I couldn't place due to mayhem in my head. I turned swiftly, my muscles tensing, but didn't find anything. I needed answers, and I was going to get them. Straightening up, my gaze dropped back to Max's corpse. Remus growled inside my head again. Whoever killed Max is after our mate. Find him or her. I will kill that bastard. He was getting so aggressive and agitated that all he saw was bloodbath, and I knew if I unleashed him right now, he could kill my warriors. Tonight we run around the border, Remus, I promised him. We have to mark our territory again. Remus was fiercely territorial. Ever since Auren had come into our life, he had become dangerously territorial. Auren was ours. No one could take her away from us. What do we do with this body? Tyrion asked me. He was just as tense. It had been ages since any of our pack members were murdered in such a gruesome manner. I was furious. How dare they touch my pack members? Then they had the audacity to use him to send me a message? Take him to the morgue, I gritted. And I want a team of warriors to hunt this murderer. Get every video camera's feed and study it. For the next 3 days, other than his parents, no one is allowed to leave the pack or come into the pack until the investigations are over. Yes, Alpha, Tyrion replied as I quickly went out from there, my mind into an overdrive of possible scenarios. As I walked to my car, Tyrion followed me. When do you think he was killed? I asked him. I noticed his absence in the training, he said. He hadn't come for the last 2 or 3 days, ever since Luna Auren defeated him. I narrowed my eyes. Do you think he was humiliated because of her? I think so. He couldn't accept his defeat from her, especially because she isn't a trained warrior. Something inside me went black. What if she was attacked next by one of our own pack members? She wasn't safe in my own pack. I clenched my fist so hard that my knuckles turned white. I need full security for Auren at all times. Am I clear? Yes, Alpha. She is not to be left alone when she steps out of the house. Ask Vivi to taste every food before she serves it to Auren. Tarian jerked his head back at my orders. He stared at me like I had grown two heads. I had never been so overprotective about anyone, and so I could sense his suspicion. Though he didn't voice his doubt, I knew that he was going to ask me about it soon. I hadn't revealed it to anyone that Auren was my mate. I think I made the right decision. If this was what happened when I didn't reveal it, what would happen when I actually declared it? A chill ran down my spine. She was my only weak spot, my life and my strength. Remus would go moon crazy without her. He kept finding ways to go near her. His restlessness was increasing by the day. I was afraid that if I delayed marking her, he would simply break free and mark her in his beastly form, and that made me nervous as hell. Lucien POV. I had already asked Vivi to add herbs to Auren's food that would prepare her to take my mark. That day when I had taken Auren to the river's edge for a date, I had found those herbs growing at its edge. When I had pleasured her, she was so spent that she slept on me. I cradled her for a long time, savoring her delicate body on me, trying my best to tame my cock. Scared that I'd break her before I even began, I carefully lowered her to the ground. Then I shifted into my wolf and ran into the forest to exhaust my wolf. I returned only to find her crying. Goddess, it broke my heart and soul. I decided that I couldn't handle a crying Auren and would do everything to make her happy. I needed to talk to the shaman about the mark Auren had on her back. She said it was a birthmark, so I veered my car toward his house. The shaman took the paper from me and studied it. And how is this related to Luna Auren? He asked, his brows furrowed in deep concentration. My pack's shaman was an old wolf whose father and forefathers served as our shamans for centuries. He was one of the most trusted pack members of my pack, and I knew that my secret was safe with him. She has a similar mark on her back, I said, but no one other than her pack shaman knows about it, so I am concerned as to who else knows it. Then you should ask the shaman of the Crimson Howl pack, he replied. I'm sure he would have some clues because this is a serious matter. I sighed because I had already sent my spies to talk to him. What do you make out of this birthmark? I asked. He kept the paper on the table in front of him. Looking at my throat where the thorny vine tattoos crawled up, he said, This could be a sign from the moon goddess, Alpha Lucien. It could be anything, and then it could be nothing. But he looked away, his eyes going blank. This can't be a coincidence. Can you tell me more about it? Like, how does Auren feel? Or, she had gone to the Eldermere ruins, I blurted. He gasped. When? Alone? That is forbidden. How could you allow her? I told him the whole story. He appeared to be in complete shock. Did she say Vaslov? I nodded. He clenched his teeth. In that case, grant me the permission to go to the Eldermere Temple, Alpha. I want to go there today. What? Never! That's the only way we'll know about it, he said, shaking his head. I have to go there. He sounded pretty serious, and even I was curious. Maybe he knew how to break the curse. Okay, I let out a rough breath. I'll come with you. Auren POV. Lucien had again gone somewhere without telling me where he was going. I got a message from Tarian that guards were stationed everywhere, and if I had to go out of the house, they would accompany me. I didn't know what was the reason for the heightened security around me, and asking Vivi or Tom or any Omega seemed futile. No one told me the reason. With him gone, I didn't feel like doing anything. Sadness crept under my skin. The hours stretched slow and heavy. I went down to eat lunch, but I ate one buttered bread and got up, hating the taste. Why was it that I was moving like my day was caught in an endless, dull dream? Sleep felt distant, and I wanted to curl in my bed and cry. Where was he? How was he doing? Why didn't he tell me where he had gone? I walked to the balcony to feel better, but even the warmth of the sun on my skin felt cold. I couldn't take it anymore and broke down. The day blurred into evening. I walked out of the doorway, staring at the empty spaces, waiting for someone, waiting for him. Every shadow stretched wrong. I felt like a part of me was plucked away, leaving silence and doom in its wake. To distract myself from this misery, I found my feet carrying me to the arena. Sure that no one would be there, and I could practice with some weapons, I opened the door. But I was surprised when I saw Sable and a few of her friends in a ring, practicing. Rage bubbled in my heart seeing her, but I stayed calm and made my way to the weapons rack because I didn't want a useless confrontation. I knew that a flurry of guards had followed me inside, and so I knew they wouldn't attack me. As I walked to the rack, Julie snickered. "Oh, look at that! The Omega wants to play warrior now? Try her luck with the weapons? Careful, Luna, wouldn't want you spraining that delicate wrist. Wouldn't want Alpha Lucien hunting us down over a little accident, now would we?" All her friends, except Sable, who only stared at me with curiosity, started laughing. I glared at them and responded, "You be careful of who you are talking to, Julie. It's a pity that you couldn't take your defeat well. I'll definitely tell Alpha Lucien to teach you some sportsmanship and kindness." For a moment, there was a pin-drop silence with Julie's eyes widening, and then the whispers started. "She thinks that after defeating you, she is qualified to use weapons. Just one fucking lucky win, and she thinks she is capable of being our Luna. Fight her again, Julie. You must take her down this time. The Omega bitch." I crossed my hands across my chest, feeling angrier by the second. "You all are surrounded by my guards. I'll give one command, and you will be thrown into the dungeons." "Oh, that's all you can do, Omega," Julie sneered as she stepped toward me. "If you have the balls, come fight with me again." "Anytime," I replied and started walking towards the nearest ring. Suddenly, Sable pulled Julie away. "I'm sorry, Luna Auren," she said in a low voice, bowing to me. "Julie doesn't have the manners or the skill to fight you. She is being emotional." She looked from me to Julie and back at me. I thought she was going to drill sense into Julie, but then she spilled, "Instead of her, I will fight with you." My lips parted in surprise. Sable looked at me with a calculative glint in her eyes. It all made sense now. She was the one who wanted to fight me since the first day I came to the arena. Or the pack. It all seemed like it was all planned. Auren POV. Julie and the rest of her friends started laughing. "Already scared, Luna?" Julie mocked as stepped back. "Don't worry, Sable won't fight you. We all know how weak you are." Her friends laughed more. The guards around me stepped closer to me in order to protect me, their fists clenching. But I stopped them. This was my fight. "I accept," I said with my chin held high. There was something deep inside me that refused to back down, that wanted to fight with Sable ever since she had started her shenanigans with me. "Luna, you don't have to fall for this," the head warrior said, his voice tense. I looked at him and replied, "I'll fight her, and don't you dare to mind Link your alpha." He tensed more, having doubts in his eyes, but he nodded and backed away. Julie and her friends smirked. They whispered what a stupid fool I was. But the moment I stepped into the arena, the world around me faded. All the whispers, smirks, doubts, I barely heard them or saw any of it. All I could see was Sable, who was standing across from me. She flexed her arms and cracked her knuckles as if waiting to fight with me forever. She chuckled. "You should have run away when you had the chance, with your tail tucked between your legs like a mutt," she sneered, rolling her shoulders. "Maybe I should have, but that thing deep inside me was not allowing me to back down. Sienna was a weak wolf, and I knew it, but lately her guts had been growing more than I had ever known. She was still quiet inside me, but her energy was growing to another level, like she could take down the world, like she was the true Luna of the Alpha of the North. I took a steady breath as my fingers curled into fists on my sides. I closed my eyes and focused on my inner self. And I wasn't surprised when my body felt lighter, and like a string being pulled tight, I was ready to snap into action. I recalled the past fights with Max and Julie, and confidence built up in me. But I hadn't fought with anyone like Sable. She was a well-trained warrior, at a very advanced level, and was also trained with weapons. She was lethal, and she was burning with jealousy that motivated her. Misplaced jealousy. I should have counseled her, but you see, I was getting irritated by her by the minute. She thought that I would run, but I wasn't going to run. When I opened my eyes, the only wolf in front of me was Sable. She lunged first, fast as a whip. I barely saw the punch coming toward me, and before I could even comprehend, I was on the floor, pain blasting in my lungs as air whooshed out of them. My mouth got filled with the metallic tang of my blood. The pain was so bad that it was better to be hit with 1,000 bricks. I heard Julie and her friends laugh. "Back down, Luna! She is a mutt! What an idiot! Come on, Sable, show her who is the boss." I rolled on the floor, got to my feet, shook my head and wiped the blood coming out of my mouth. Anger welled inside me. "Is that all you got, Luna?" Sable taunted. "Come on, give me your best shot. If you want, I will go slow." The stupid thing inside me now wanted to make Sable kneel at my feet. Sable lunged at me again. This time my body reacted on its own. I ducked and twisted as unnatural sharpness took over my senses, avoiding her completely. She was taken by surprise, but she swung again. This time I shifted my feet to the right just enough to let her fist slice past my ear. Her eyes widened as she couldn't believe that she missed me. I was so sick and tired of all the shit these girls gave me. This time I didn't think, I just moved. It was as if my body knew what to do before my mind caught up with my actions. I coiled my fingers into a tight fist and swung it toward her. My fist collided with her ribs. She let out a sharp breath as she stumbled back. I heard gasps from the side. But Sable recovered pretty quickly, her eyes flashing with rage. How could an Omega like me even hit her? She should be trained well enough to take a few Omegas like me in one go. With a snarl, she jumped toward me. She grabbed my arm and twisted it hard, forcing me off balance. Excruciating pain shot up my shoulder. No, no. She began pulling arm further. It felt like she wanted to rip my arm. No, no. Gritting my teeth and summoning up all my energy, I planted my foot behind hers, and with every ounce of force inside me, I shoved her forward. She gasped as she stumbled. However, she didn't fall. There was shock etched on her face, but it was momentary. She twisted back, directing her knee toward my stomach. "Move." That thing inside me commanded. I spun to the side and dodged her knee at the last second. I don't know why, but a strange clarity settled over me. It was like I could see the gaps in her defense. And it was then I noticed slight hesitation before she struck. And I used it. "Fight me!" I shouted. "Who's the mutt now?" I challenged her. Each time she struck me next, I wasn't there. Every time she kicked, I became out of reach just in time. It was as if something buried deep inside me had been waiting for such moments to surface. Sable snarled in frustration. She threw a wild punch at me in desperation, and that was her mistake. I caught her wrist and twisted it sharply. Her body jerked with it, a scream ripping out of her mouth. I didn't give her a chance to react and slammed my elbow into her jaw hard. I heard a sickening crack. She staggered back, whimpering in pain, blood dripping from her lips. I saw her hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Her skull must have cracked because there was blood pooling beneath her. I stood there, my chest heaving as I stared down her crumpled body. A stunned silence fell over the arena. I waited for her to get up, but she didn't. Julie and her friends rushed to Sable, crying for help as I stood there with a frozen mind and body. I had won. From Sable. The realization crashed into me all at once. My hands started trembling at my sides and my heart hammered. I had no idea how I'd managed to beat someone faster, stronger, and a high-ranking wolf. I looked down at myself and saw that I was also covered with blood. There were gashes on my side and my arms. I turned to walk out as my pulse roared into my ears. A shiver ran down my spine and I lost consciousness. Before I hit the ground, I heard a soul-shattering roar. Someone jumped inside the ring and scooped me in his arms. I was wrapped in his pine and spice scent, and then I didn't care, even if I died. Lucien POV. The shaman insisted that he wanted to go alone to the Eldermere Temple. I was reluctant at first, but he insisted. So I didn't go with him, but I sent a team of savage warriors with him in case of an emergency. I had let Remus out because after Max's murder, he was getting edgy. He wanted to mark his territory again. He ran around the perimeter of the Shadowfang pack to reinforce his scent all around it. He had been running for a few hours when Tarian contacted me via MindLink. "Alpha Lucien," he said, sounding panicky. "Luna Auren is in the training arena, and she is fighting with Sable." "What?" I was shocked at first, and then anger surged inside me. That stubborn woman. Before I knew it, Remus was on his way, pounding the earth to reach his mate. His rage was palpable in the air, and every damn animal hid to find cover, lest they would become a prey to his bloodbath lust. "I told you to mark her," he growled. "Now look, you've put our mate into danger. With our mark, no one would have challenged her. She shouldn't fight with Sable, I replied angrily. Why not? Why not? Remus shot back. She is my mate, not a mutt. When he reached the training arena, he gave way to me. I shifted, wore jeans, and rushed to the ring. But I stopped myself. I was unable to process what I saw. Auren was brutally focused on Sable. Her face had morphed into expressions of anger and disappointment. It was as if those feelings were mine. I could feel her lethal intent. I wanted to reach her, but I knew on the inside that if I did, she would never forgive me. This was her fight. And even though I was nervous, I stood there. And the moment she shouted at Sable to fight her, even Remus paid full attention to that command in her voice. Auren looked incredibly sexy as she fought with Sable, as she violently pummeled her. This kind of violence wasn't normal to a girl of Omega blood. But here she was, making me go wild. The fire that spread through my veins made me walk toward the ring and watch her closely. The way she moved effortlessly, even though she was drenched in blood. The way she maintained control on all her movements. She could easily be the best warrior in my training arena. She fought like she was made for it, like this was her inborn feature. She looked like a fucking sexy warrior. My fangs slipped out, throbbing with need to sink them in her, to put my mark on her. Sable tried, but Auren took advantage of every hesitation of Sable. She was ruthless, just like Remus. I realized that she was the mirror image of my beast, dark and merciless. She was beyond doubt the other half of me, made for me, mine. Auren didn't hide the darkness inside her. She used it against Sable fiercely. Remus was ready to go inside the ring to mark her, claim her on the spot. But I stopped him because I watched Auren in action. It was like she was making Sable pay for all her humiliation. Mine, Remus growled. Fuck yeah! I was going to make Auren mine now. The moment she came out of the ring, I would mark her. I was crazily turned on by my stubborn Omega wife. All I could do was watch her. She didn't fear a trained warrior like Sable. Alpha Lucien, your wolf is trying to surface. Tarian's voice came to mind. Your hands are rippling with fur. I didn't like his voice in my head, and so I shut my mind link with him. My eyes stayed on Auren as she landed the final blow on Sable. Now, Remus growled. Take her now! But my little wolf was bleeding all over. My protective instincts surged with full force. Before I could stop myself, I jumped into the ring and pulled her in my arms as I glared at Julie and her friends who were crouching beside Sable. Take her to the hospital, I hissed an order at them. When she is awake, I want her to answer the council. Julie's eyes widened in fear. She wanted to say something, but I walked away from there and I heard her loud wail. As I carried my wife to the hospital, all I could think of was how sexy she looked in the ring. My beautiful, delicate little wolf. Dr. Elias was already in the room to attend to her. He was really shocked to see her again. Yuluna has the knack to get involved in fights, he said angrily as he looked at her gashes. But unlike me, he was surprised to see that they were already healing. How is this possible? He muttered and started to put healing cream on them. Then he attached her with tubes to machines. I stayed there until he had cleaned her and put all the bandages. Once he left, I slept beside her. When I woke up, it was already morning. My eyes snapped to my wife and she wasn't there. Remus roared inside me. Find her! I was on the edge. Where had she gone? I sniffed her smell and tracked it behind the hospital, into the woods. She was standing at the edge, taunting me with her big blue eyes. I knew what she was doing even before she started to run. I chuckled darkly. Didn't she know that she could neither hide nor run from me? I let her run as fast as possible as I walked after her. Remus was raring to chase her, but the fucker was under control because he too was going to enjoy this chase. Auren had run for some time before she reached a spot near the river. I sniffed the air for her fear or reluctance, but other than the scent of warm apples, there was my favorite scent, of her arousal. Fuck yeah. I followed her out of the tree line. Her heart was thundering so hard that I could hear it over the roar of the river. From this point, the river rushed down its path, its waves crashing against the rocks, sending up a misty spray. Don't hide from me, Auren, I groaned. My eyes darted to the trees and rocks. I located her behind a boulder and found her standing there, breathing heavily, her eyes full of need. She had recovered fully, just like last time. Her clothes were covered in blood, but she looked sexy as hell in them. I didn't know who moved first, but our lips crashed against each other moments later. I picked her up, and she wrapped her legs around me as I backed her against the boulder. Her scent wrapped around me, coated my insides, fueling and feeding the fire in my veins. All the logic tossed out of my mind, and only one thing mattered: to mark her. I grounded myself against her. She moaned and whimpered, so ready for me. Leave my scent on her for the world to know that she was mine. Alpha Lucien. Tarian's irritating voice came back into my mind. What? I snarled at him. It's Sable. Her father is creating ruckus in the hospital. It was only then that the fog from my mind cleared. I removed my lips from her instantly. Auren wasn't ready. She had just recovered from the wounds inflicted upon her. And I was being selfish? What the hell was I doing in the throes of lust? Lucien POV. I took Auren back home where, as usual, she ate heavily. I had already mind-linked Vivi to make all her favorite food. She was not only tired, she had lost a lot of blood. I remembered the day when I saw her first, thin and starved. Even then, my stomach twisted in knots to see her so impoverished. In my pack, it was me who had sent food to her room that first day. I don't know why, but Remus hated that she was hungry. He didn't let me move away from outside her door until she had finished eating. Only once she had eaten did I move, but then she vomited it all out. Seeing that she was so unwell and that I couldn't mark a weak girl like her, I postponed our wedding. But now, seeing her eating like a wolf, I was satisfied, and I felt proud as hell. She had defeated Sable, like my true Luna. Alpha Lucien, Tarian's voice sounded in my head. You have to come to the hospital. I gritted my teeth because I didn't want to go away from my mate as she ate food and as she explained how she attacked Sable. Honestly, I wasn't listening to her because all I had was hearts in my eyes. How could an alpha like me fall irrevocably in love with a timid, stubborn little wolf like her? I sighed, rubbing my chest as it filled with warmth at the thought. My eyes went to her neck when my mark would sit. I impatiently waited for the day when I would mark her and show to the world that she belonged to me. And then I shoved her forward. She laughed. And she stumbled. Even her laughter sounded like bells in a temple. I half listened to her as all I could see and smell and feel was her. But if I trusted my instincts, then Auren likely had a bigger target on her back now. I needed to go for another run to clear my mind. A shudder ran down my body when I thought that Sable could have killed her or injured her severely. That thought was enough for me to murder Sable. Remus had killed people for less. Somehow I could see what she was doing. Alpha Lucien, Tarian snapped in my mind. When I didn't respond to him, he said, You okay? I wouldn't be okay until Auren was mine and she was safe from everyone. As my mate, they would try to kill her all the time. Alpha? God damn it, can't you stay quiet? I growled at him. Rizv Brown is creating unnecessary mayhem here. Please come. I clenched my fists. That twit. I got up and kissed Auren's forehead. I'll be back soon, love, I said tenderly as I brushed her jawline. Take a bath by then. I didn't tell her where I was going because I didn't want to worry her. It was something I could deal with myself. Her brows furrowed cutely. Where are you going? She asked. I couldn't help kissing her again, so I pecked on her lips and said, Be right back. Then I talked to Vivi through my mind link. Are you adding those herbs in her food? Yes, Alpha. Every day, she replied. When I reached the hospital, I found Rizvi shouting at Dr. Elias. My daughter is a high-ranking wolf with blood superior to Auren. Then how come Auren is already healed while my daughter is still struggling with her wounds? I let out a growl in warning. That's Luna Auren for you. Everyone present over there stiffened, and that's how Remus liked it. He hated if anyone challenged his authority and loathed if anyone disrespected Auren. Rizvi immediately inclined his neck in submission. Alpha Lucien, he rasped. I noticed Tarian standing in a corner, watching them all like a hawk. He mind-linked me. This man is going on and on. He is accusing the doctor of bias. I crossed my arms against my chest and said to Rizv, What is your problem? Rizv fumed. My daughter is still in the hospital. Her wounds haven't healed. How is that possible? While Luna Auren is already healthy, Sable is still unwell. I am sure that Dr. Elias has used better medicines on Luna Auren. On the contrary, I have used better medicines on Sable, Mr. Brown, Elias said. Luna Auren was already healing when she came here. She didn't need those medicines. Bullshit, Rizv exploded. I want another doctor for my daughter. You are not treating her nicely. His words forced me to think, how come Auren healed so fast? Was she really an Omega? Because none of her traits showed that. Not even a high-ranking wolf with superior blood healed as fast as her. Only Remus had the ability to heal so fast. And sometimes he too had to deal with infections and fever when severely injured. But Auren, she was turning into a mystery day by day. In order to placate the situation, I said, get Dr. Barry for Sable. And Dr. Elias, you can check on my Luna's health from time to time. Rizva's jaw dropped to the floor. I scoffed. He thought that by accusing Elias of not treating his daughter nicely, he would try to expel him from the pack. Then he was so fucking wrong. Elias got to treat my woman from now on. Rizv had expected more commotion than what he had already created, but when I annulled the situation, he seemed irritated. I turned and walked out of there as Tyrion barked a laugh. Loudly. Fucker. Before leaving, I turned and said, as soon as Sable heals, produce her before the council. She dared to fight against the Luna of this pack, and I, as the alpha of the pack, need answers. He winced. To protest, he opened his mouth and then shut it again, resembling a fish out of water. I smirked and walked out of the hospital because I had to see my little wolf again. Auren POV. I don't know why I was eating a lot over the last few days. A cow's diet paled in comparison to mine. Though Vivi was more than happy to feed me as much as possible, I was embarrassed about it. As I took a bath, I was astonished to see that my skin had healed quickly. Maybe it was Dr. Elias's cream that helped me heal faster. I had never felt this intensely even for Bram. But my feelings were dampened when I remembered that I would die in the end, and someone else, most likely Sable, would take my place. After all, Lucien needed to have a strong woman beside him, even if she wouldn't be his Luna. But pain lanced through my heart when I pictured her being close to him. The pain was so strong that it made me gasp. If this happened when all we had done was steal a few kisses here and there, what would happen if we did more? I pictured how we helped each other to orgasm, blushing hard, and I squeezed my thighs. Open the door, Auren, Lucien's rough voice came. Did he smell my arousal? I know you need me, he said in a strained voice. When I didn't open, the doorknob rattled. Open it or I'll break it. He let out curses, and then with a loud crash, the door came down. Lucien stepped over it as he entered the bathroom with his muscles bulging and his eyes flashing golden. At that point, I knew that I wouldn't be able to hide from him. Ever, Auren POV. As Lucien walked toward me, his chest was rising and falling. I was nude, standing underwater. But I didn't feel embarrassed like last time. It felt like he wanted to hunt me, and foolish me wanted to be hunted. He stared at me with his eyes flashing as if his wolf wanted to break free and claim me. I whimpered under his intense stare because it mimicked my need for something I wasn't able to pinpoint. In a flash of a moment, he grabbed my waist and lifted me against his body. Are you trying to play hard to get, little moon? He growled, carrying me out of the bathroom and into the bedroom. I stifled a moan as he buried his head in the crook of my neck. As I turned my neck to the other side, he buried his face over there and inhaled my scent. My wolf is teetering on the edge, Auren. Don't test my patience. Saying that, he grazed my skin with his fangs. I know you need me, he snarled. Don't you ever hide it from me again. A deep ache developed between my thighs and I yelped. My hands curled into his soft hair and I fisted them. He brought me to the bed and threw me roughly on it. My body bounced on the mattress. Before I could get up, he was on me, the weight of his body pressing me on the mattress. My breasts flattened against his chest. I was surprised how all my curves fitted against every incline of his muscles, like we were made for each other. He knew exactly what I needed, but he wasn't going to let me get it until he wanted it. I whimpered, my nails digging into his shoulders. Lucien, please? Please what? He said in a cruel and teasing tone, his eyes burning darker with possessiveness. Use your words, Auren. I couldn't. I didn't know how to explain the fire coiling in my belly, the pressure that was building so fiercely that it could shatter me. I need. He climbed over me and kissed me. He rasped and deepened his kiss. When he finally collapsed against me, breathless, I clung to his chest, trembling and panting. He brushed his lips against my temple, and in a husky voice with triumph he said, "I'll mark you soon, little moon, a few days more." Auren POV. The sadness that slammed me 2 days ago had vanished. Instead, my life seemed bright and sunny. I felt more active and jubilant. Lucien seemed to be spending more time around me, and I loved his attention. It was like we were both waiting for the inevitable. He was keeping a keen eye on my diet. Vivi had started giving me juices that smelled like herbal solutions. "For your health," she said, winking, the next day when I asked about them. I furrowed my brows and she laughed. "It's nothing, Luna Auren. Just drink it." I smiled and drank it. Just as I put the glass on the table, an Omega came to me. "Lady Auren, Julie is here to see you." I clenched my jaw. What did she want from me? Though I had no intention of meeting her, I said, "Ask her to come to the main hall." "You don't have to talk to her," Vivi said in a low voice. "I don't like her at all." I pursed my lips because I didn't like her as well. "We'll see how it goes, Vivi." I went to the main hall where I saw Julie sitting and fidgeting with her dress nervously. As soon as she saw me, she got up and bowed to me. I pursed my lips in suspicion at her sudden change in behavior. 2 days ago, she disrespected me with her friends, and now this. "What do you want, Julie?" I asked directly instead of getting into greetings. "Luna Auren," she said as I sat on the sofa opposite her. "You must be very upset with me, but—" She covered her face with her hands and started crying. "I was forced to act like that in the arena that night with you." My lips lifted into a frown. "What do you mean?" She wiped her tears and hiccuped. "All my friends thought that I could beat you easily, but then you defeated me. I won't deny saying that I was upset. When I talked to Sable about it, she said that next time when a chance comes by, I should challenge you and defeat you. However, I wasn't prepared for what Sable did to you. She offered herself to fight you instead of me. I wanted to protest, but she stopped me using the mind link, saying that it was only appropriate that she fights with you." Shock wasn't even the word that described my feelings at that time. I was puzzled and surprised. "Why did she stop you?" I asked, tilting my head. Julie shook her head as more tears began falling from her eyes. "I don't know. She just wanted to fight with you. My friends also stopped me because Sable's father is a high-ranking wolf in the council. I was scared that if I went against her order, she would exact her revenge on me in some other horrible manner." My eyes widened in shock. "Has she done that earlier?" Julie shook her head. "No, but we all know what she is capable of." I let out a rough breath. "So why are you saying this to me?" She dropped on her knees and clasped her hands in front of me. "I beg you to forgive me. Luna Auren, it wasn't me. It was my friends who pushed me into doing it. And Sable, I promise I'll never go against you all my life. Please, Luna Auren." I felt overwhelmed by her admission. Her face was streaked with tears and my heart went out for her. "It's okay, Julie. Thanks for letting me know." She immediately wiped her tears and smile lit her face. "Thank you, Luna. I knew that you had a big heart. Can I tell you a secret?" I cocked my eyebrow as my lips curled up. "Sure." "I loved the way you defeated Sable. She really deserved it. She is such a proud wench." Though I should have stopped Julie from speaking like this about Sable openly, I barked a laugh. Shaking my head, I said, "Is there anything else?" "No," she said. She got up and wiped her tears. "Just that you really are the best person I've met in my life. Very kind and very strong." I was flattered. A blush crept on my cheeks. "Thank you." She bowed to me again. "I won't take more of your time and take my leave." After she left, I found Vivi with a flabbergasted expression on her face staring at her back. She shook her head when I grinned and went back in the kitchen, muttering, "Pups these days." Lucien POV. Sable stood in front of the council with her father, Rizv, on the side, looking like a wounded lion. He was not allowed to sit with us since it was his daughter who had committed the crime of attacking my Luna. His judgment could be biased. As I sat at the head of the table, Remus was growling inside me, trying to break free and kill Sable. Every now and then, he would growl loud enough for all the council members to hear. Tension was thick in the air. All of them were on the edge because all of them were dead scared of Remus. They knew what would happen if they didn't submit to him. "Why did you fight Auren?" I asked in an animalistic voice that partially belonged to Remus. Sable had recovered, but she was still pale, and that made me feel proud of my little mate. I didn't want to, Sable replied, her eyes welling with tears. I know that it is a crime to fight your Luna, but it was Julie who challenged her, not me. I slapped the desk in front of me and shouted, "It was you who fought my Luna! State the purpose." Sable winced, and all others lowered their heads as fear rippled in the air. Their heartbeats increased, showcasing their dread. That's how Remus liked. He growled inside me at all of them, cataloging their scent again as if daring them to go against him, as if waiting to kill them if they went against Auren. I offered myself instead of Julie, she stuttered. Because Luna Auren had defeated and injured Julie last time, it took 3 days for Julie to recover. She hadn't even recovered fully when she challenged our Luna again. I was scared that Luna Auren would again wound her badly. That's why I offered myself instead of her. I leaned back on my seat as I looked at her darkly. I knew what Sable was doing here. She was trying to be innocent here and say that she sacrificed herself in order to save Julie from my wife's wrath. A very clever move, but she didn't know me. So you offered yourself instead of Julie? Why? Did you know that Auren would defeat you? If you're reading this book, you can follow me on FB at Mishak Writes. Lucien POV. At first, Sable seemed to be on a back foot, but then she took a deep breath and said, after Luna Auren defeated Julie and Max, I was sure that she had had some warrior training in her earlier pack. Otherwise, how is it possible to fight back wolves of superior blood? I clenched my teeth. It was clear that she was playing her game to tarnish Auren, but there was no way I was letting her get away with it. Oh, really? And how would you know that? I asked, leaning forward. Did you talk to Alpha Bram about it? Or did you talk to your friend Maris? What lies did they cook up this time? Kill her. Now! Remus growled inside my head. Oh, we will, eventually. Remus didn't like people who questioned his authority, and this fucking woman was insinuating his mate. Sable bit her bottom lip, darting a glance at her father, hoping to talk to him via mind link. But my alpha aura had spilled out in the room the moment I entered. It was so thick in the air that all the wolves submitted to me, and no one dared to talk via mind link without me hearing them. If they did, they would get a fucking severe headache with a possible nosebleed. When Riv didn't help her, she gulped. I didn't talk to Alpha Bram. And Maris is not my friend, she stuttered. I scoffed. Really? Maris told me that you are her close friend. No, Alpha, she denied, shaking her head quickly. I mean, I know her, but not so well. Then how did you assume that Auren had warrior training back in her pack? My voice boomed in the room. Windows and doors rattled, and everyone sat up ramrod straight, sweat appearing on their faces. Sable was so rattled that she dropped to her knees and started crying. Alpha Lucien, this is my assumption. Look, how she defeated me as well. She glanced at her father again, who seemed helpless. I am a well-trained warrior who often goes on patrol with other warriors, and she beat me. What other explanation can be there? It is possible that Luna Auren trained secretly in her pack. I narrowed my eyes because I knew where she was leading the council. She was trying to convince them that Auren had been hiding her true self all along and was nothing but a fraud. Sable was playing a victim card. So based on your assumption, you fought with Auren? Yes, she nodded, wiping her tears. Do you know what an assumption is? I asked, leaning back on the chair. Let me explain. An assumption is something you believe to be true without having real proof or evidence. Yes, Alpha, she replied, feeling confident. So in your case, you made a decision on what you thought rather than what you knew. I cocked my head. If you'll see dark clouds, will you assume it will rain, Sable? Her mouth dropped open in surprise. I let out a slow exhale, indicating others her bullshit, as I dismantled the nonsense spilling from Sable's mouth. And no, Alpha, it's just that I put my hand up to stop her. So based on your assumption you fought your Luna? I said in a dangerous voice, hardly able to hide my irritation. Yes, she nodded, sniffling. And you lost? Yes, but I cut her off again. Let me get this straight. You assumed that Auren was strong, but you picked up a fight anyway instead of stopping it. As a mature and trained warrior, shouldn't you be stopping the fight rather than being a part of it? Sable stared at me, devoid of words. I leaned forward, my eyes flashing. No, Sable, you underestimated your opponent and got your ass handed to you. Was this a conspiracy to injure Auren? You had no business being a part of the fight. It is evident that you didn't fight for Julie. You fought with Auren. If I were you, I would have stayed quiet, mitigated the situation, and left while I had a shred of dignity left. Silence blanketed the room. Sable's lips trembled and her hands clenched into fists. Alpha Lucien, it is. I turned to the council. Should we start investigating every warrior who wins a fight? On assumptions? A few chuckles rippled through the council members. Sable's face turned red. I looked at Rizv, who was shifting on his feet, looking like he was ready to flee. You accused the doctor of treating Auren better than Sable. First, Auren is your Luna. So yes, she will get better treatment unless you want her to die. And if you want her to die, it's treason. And no, Alpha. Second, I silenced him with my loud voice. You will never compare your Luna with anyone else in this pack. You get that? She is above all. Rizv nodded, going pale. Yes, Alpha. Then I turned my eyes to Sable. I can throw you and your father in the dungeons for life, but I tilted my head and smirked. I'm in a good mood, so I'll throw you both inside for 2 days. No, Sable protested, tears streaming out of her eyes. Please, Alpha Lucien, I'm sorry. I got up and added, after 2 days in the dungeons, Sable will be expelled from the pack for a week. Tarian will see to this. What? Sable's face became ashen white. Alpha Lucien, that's a very harsh judgment, Rizv protested. I was in front of him in a flash of a moment, my hands on his throat. He grabbed my wrist, wheezing. You dare to challenge my authority? I growled, feeling my fangs slip out to rip his throat. No one, and I mean no one, will fight with my Luna and live to see another day. I am giving you and your daughter a chance to live. Rizv's eyes turned red as he gasped for air. Sable whimpered, Sorry, Alpha Lucien, we accept. Her words calmed my wolf and I left Riv. He dropped on the floor, gasping for air. I walked out of the room, feeling better that the father and daughter were in place now. However, Rizv's great-grandfather was in the High Council. I had to be careful, but I wasn't going to show mercy next time. As I walked back to see my little wolf, to smell and touch her to calm my frayed nerves, I knew that I had to declare to everyone that Auren was my moonmate. That way, even though she will have bigger targets on her back, at least no one would pick small fights with her. Or would they? I heard Sable and Rizv shouting at each other behind me as my guards tackled them and dragged them to the dungeons. When I arrived in the main hall, I saw that Auren was in a jubilant mood. That automatically lifted my spirits. My chest filled with warmth, and my day looked brighter. I picked her up and made her sit on my lap. Only then did my wolf sit back lazily inside me, purring. Touching her, breathing in her scent, it was an addiction I had no desire to break. What made you so happy today? Is it the aftermath of the orgasm I gave you? She blushed hard and slapped my chest. Lucien! I chuckled darkly and buried my face in the crook of her neck. Yes, Luna Auren? Julie came. Auren POV. I told Lucien everything that Julie said to me. He seemed surprised for a moment, but then a smile came on his lips, rather a smirk. It was as if he was basking under some decision he had made, which he didn't tell me. Alpha Lucien. Tarian came in a few minutes later, his chest rising and falling. He looked like he had done a lot of work. I have sent Sable and Rizv to the dungeons. My eyes widened in surprise. I snapped my head at Lucien. What? Why? He chuckled darkly as he brushed a strand of hair from my face. Because she dared to fight with my Luna. I blinked my eyes, my mouth dropping in wonder. Lucien was so dark and possessive about me. My heart swelled at his protective gesture, but wasn't it an extreme measure? I curled my hands around his neck and kissed him on his lips. Tears welled in my eyes, but I didn't let them fall. In a hoarse voice, I said hesitantly, "Thank you." He looked right into my eyes, his brows furrowing. "Aren't you happy with my decision?" he asked. I glanced at Tarian, who sat on the opposite couch. Lowering my eyes, I replied, "I think it was extreme considering that I also fought with her voluntarily." He cupped my cheeks with his large hands. "No one can dare to challenge my Luna. If they do it, it's a direct insult to me. However, if you would have challenged someone, it would have been a different matter. Besides, they are in the dungeons for 2 days only. It's a lesson to them, and a message to everyone in the pack that no one can mess with my wife. I leaned my head on his shoulder and kissed him where my mark would sit. He stiffened, his hands gripping my waist tightly. Thank you. I don't know the pack politics or how things work. I'm not a trained Luna. I'm sorry if I talk like a fool. Fuck no, he rasped. You talk like my perfect Luna. You're kind and thoughtful, brave and so beautiful. I blushed and bit my bottom lip. Lucien surely knew how to flatter you. He added, Moon Goddess couldn't have paired me with a better she-wolf. I furrowed my brows. What did he mean? Paired? He sensed my hesitation and immediately added, You are naturally so talented. Never ever think that you are lesser than anyone, okay? His words made me feel empowered, like I was carving my niche in this rotten world. Then he asked, Have you ever had warrior training or secretly trained yourself? I shook my head. No. Then how did you fight these people so well? He asked, amazement lacing his words. You are a mystery, Auren. I laughed softly. No idea what happens to me back in the arena, but I feel like I'm someone else when I fight them. Why don't we start her warrior training? Tarion suggested. She's a natural. No, Lucien growled. She is too fragile. What if she gets injured? What if she falls down? I won't let her go there again. I pouted. After all the time I have defeated those people, you are saying that I am fragile? Baby, it's just that. Lucien was flustered. I don't want, please, I urged him. If you will allow me, I can hone my skills and be better equipped when the next challenge arrives. He scratched his brows, resigning to my demand. Letting out a rough exhale, he breathed, Okay. Then he directed Tarion, Make sure that she is pitted against beginner-level pups. Tarion chuckled. Alpha Lucien, our Luna defeated Sable, and you want me to pit her against beginner-level pups. They have no chance against her. There would be no discussion on this matter, Lucien growled. Tarion became quiet, making a zipping action over them with his finger. But I pursed my lips. Lucien wanted me to fight with pups who had just started. It was as if I was going to kindergarten. I didn't argue because this was a start, and I needed this to keep me busy. Has the shaman come back? Lucien asked Tarion. Tarion glanced at me and said, No, the warriors have informed me that he will be staying there for a day or two more. He is uncovering Eld. Okay, thanks. Lucien cut him off, and then went on to glare at Tarion. His eyes turned blank for a moment, and I knew that he was talking to Tarion via mind link. Sorry, Tarion muttered. He got up and went to the dining hall. Lucien also got up and went to the dining hall with me. I was so shocked that despite having eaten so much, I was eating again. Damn it. At this rate, I was going to end up like a fat cow in a few days. I sighed as Lucien filled my plate first before filling his. As the two Alpha and Beta went on to talk about their day-to-day pack affairs, I listened to them intently. It was all very new, but very intriguing. The next day, I went to the arena feeling very excited. Tarion took me to the area where the pups were pitted against each other. They were all young ones, no more than 15 years old. They all bowed to me and smiled warmly. Welcome, Luna. Please take it easy on us, said one of them. I laughed. Tarion had a chart prepared and paired me against them one by one. While all other high-ranking warriors looked at me, some with curiosity and some with hatred, I enjoyed myself. Luna Auren, Julie called me when I finished. Hi, she grinned. Hi, I grinned back. Why don't you join us over there tomorrow, she said, pointing to a group of boys and girls my age who were at advanced level. You are way too good for these poor pups, I laughed. I know, but Alpha Lucien wants me here. Oh, okay, she said. Then she came closer to me. My birthday is the day after. I was wondering. She hesitated with a blush. Would you? She again hesitated. I'll join you, I completed her sentence with a smile. She beamed. Thank you, Luna Auren. You don't know what that means to me, she chirped. I'll be going with my friends to the best eatery in our pack. It's about 30 minutes from here. This was my first ever invitation to interact with boys and girls of my age. The idea was thrilling, but I knew that I had to ask Lucien about it. Are you reading this book? Would love to read your comments. Also, there's a small gift icon when you finish the chapter. Would you consider gifting your author to support her? Auren POV. A day passed with a lot of activity in the house. Not only did I have fun with pups teaching me new tactics, I spent my time in the kitchen with Vivi and Tom to make delicacies for Lucien. But that day, ever since he returned, he was restless. It was the middle of the night. He was lying beside me, his arms curled tightly around me. "Auren," he groaned. He kissed shoulder. I sensed his exasperation and buried my face in his chest. What was troubling him so much? I wanted to know everything he was thinking. "What's it, Lucien?" I urged him. He always hid things from me. I had no right to ask about the things that troubled him daily, but I hoped that one day he would share them with me, if only to ease his burden. "Nothing." He sighed and continued to keep me pressed against his body. I don't know why, but he had been very clingy over the last 2 days. Suddenly he got up and walked to his closet. "Where are you going?" I asked, bewildered, looking at him wearing his jeans and a polo. "The shaman has called me," he replied. "There's an urgent thing that I have to attend to." "Can I come with you?" I asked. "No," he snapped. "You will not leave this house until I return." I jerked my face back, wincing because his alpha aura leaked out. Realizing his mistake, he rushed to me and hugged me. "I'm sorry, but I get paranoid when it concerns your safety." I inhaled his scent of pine and spice. "You think I'm a delicate woman, but I'm not," I told him, tipping my head up as he leaned over me. "I have endured more than you can imagine, Lucien. Try me." His lips lifted on one side. "I know that, love, but unless I mark you, my wolf is going to remain in this overprotective mode. Remus wants to mark you badly, urgently. Controlling him is not easy, so I am finding solutions to make it easy for you." "Goddess," my eyes welled with tears. "Why are you so good with me?" I murmured. A tear rolled out of my eye. He leaned down and licked it. "Don't cry, love. I can't see you in tears." My heart swelled with so much love that it could explode. "Be safe." "I won't die, Auren." Resting his forehead on mine, he breathed, "Because I want to live for you, with you, forever." With that, he pressed his lips on mine and I opened up for him, having this wild urge to submit to him. When he pulled away, I asked, "When will you return?" "Hopefully by morning, but I may be late." I nodded and lowered my head. How could I go to Julie's birthday with every minute thinking about him? He curled his finger and thumb beneath my chin and said, "Is there something you want to tell me?" It was uncanny how he understood my feelings, even when I didn't say a word. I nodded. Without looking at him, I said, "Julie has invited me for her birthday party to some eatery that is about 30 minutes away from here." A frown came on his forehead. "When? And only you?" "Tomorrow. There will be more boys and girls," I said. Then on an afterthought added, "Of my age." His eyebrows raised a little high in surprise. "I understand how important it is for you to mingle with wolves of your age, but you won't go alone. The guards will be with you, okay?" "Okay," I said excitedly. "Great." He got up and kissed the crown of my head. Then he gave me a forlorn look. "I'll try to come back to you as soon as possible. Carry your phone always." Lucien left immediately after. I rushed to the balcony to see him leave. He was deep in conversation with Tyrion. They were both surrounded by warriors who too looked serious. Soon after, they left in their cars. I wished I knew where they were going. When I returned to the bed, it felt too big. The sheets were creased where he lay, but they were cold. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence stretch unbearably. I don't know when sleep came, but it was riddled with nightmares. Of shadows curling around me in the night forest, of the moon shining bright in the sky, silently watching me as thorny vines snaked around my body. I instinctively reached for him on the side, only to grasp empty sheets. I got up and curled my hands around myself. Sometime during the night, I heard wolves howling in the distance. By morning, his absence had settled into my bones. He had said that he would come by morning, but he hadn't. What was so important that kept him away from me? The hours crawled slowly, as I remained stuck in a fog. Where was he? Luna Auren, an Omega, called me as I tried to focus on my tablet. "Julie is here to see you." "Shit," I said and got out of bed. I completely forgot that she had invited me for her birthday. "Tell her that I will be coming down in 15 minutes. The Omega bowed and left as I rushed to the bathroom. I got ready in black pants and a pink shirt. Instead of wearing sandals, I quickly wore sneakers and rushed downstairs. "Sorry," I apologized. "Happy birthday." "Oh no, Luna Auren," she said with a warm smile. "I'm so happy that you're coming with me for my birthday, and thank you." We both went out and I saw that there were 4 guards ready to escort us. Not surprised, I sat in my car while Julie sat with her friends in another car. When we reached the diner, she had suggested, the guards opened the door for me, and I walked inside with Julie and her friends, feeling nervous. I had never had a single friend in my life, and here I was, walking with 7. Who would have known that Julie would turn out to be such a lovely friend? Her friends formed a circle around me as Julie directed me to a private booth at the back of the eatery. The place was lovely, with fairy lights hanging from the ceiling. It was nestled in a thicket with glass walls all around. I spotted my guards stationed at the door, standing watch. As Julie ordered food, the conversation started. Soon the conversation eased out, and all of us were laughing and making jokes. "Have you studied at all?" a boy called James asked. My cheeks heated. "Not really," I said. "I studied until 5th grade, after which I was pulled out of school by Alpha Bram." "That's a pity," James said, picking up a club sandwich. "So you don't know anything about shifter history or tracking or pack psychology?" "Nope." "Well, I can teach you. There's a great library in our pack. You should ask Alpha to send you there sometimes." "I will." Needing to go to the restroom, I quickly added, "We'll be right back. Have to go to the restroom." Julie stood. "The restroom is right there. I'll walk you," she offered. She led me toward it, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened next. Auren POV. The hot afternoon air hit my skin as I stepped into the alleyway. We reached the restroom only to find it locked. "Damn it," Julie cursed. "This place is always like this. I had called the owner last night to tell him to fix it because you were coming." She jangled the chain. "And look, he didn't pay attention, that flipping drunkard." I ran my eyes around and only saw dumpsters. There was a distant hum of the traffic. Julie had given me so many different types of juices, stating that each was famous that I ended up having a gorged bladder. "Gosh, is there any other place?" I asked, irritated. "There's one up that alley," she said, pointing to the left with her hands on her hips, looking equally frustrated. "My favorite deli is right around the corner," she chuckled. "There's a decent restroom inside it." I sighed. "Okay, let's go." The alley was narrow with tall walls on either side, making it appear dark even in the afternoon. The further we walked in, the quieter it became. The distant hum of the traffic faded into eerie silence. I could hear my footsteps on the damp pavement. Smell of stale grease clung to the air. The deli's neon sign was barely visible from here. We walked to the middle of it when I realized that Julie had stopped. I turned to look at her. "What happened?" I asked. Julie clenched her jaw and she snapped her head toward the diner and then toward the deli. I noticed a change in the expressions of her face. "Julie?" I asked, still unable to understand her hesitation. Without saying a word, she darted toward the end of the alley toward the deli. "Julie!" I shouted in confusion and followed her. I had gone only a few steps ahead when I stopped dead as dread blasted in my chest. There was a group of wolves standing at the end of the alley, a very large group of 7 wolves who had accompanied us to the diner. Julie went to stand with them. James put his arm over her shoulder as he mocked me. "You are smart, Julie," he laughed. I stared at Julie in disbelief. Panic set into my chest. Did she backstab me? How stupid of me to trust her. I shouldn't have fallen for her innocence. The wolves started coming toward me, smirking and passing cheap comments. "Bloody whore. Can she be my bed warmer? Fuck, an omega like her is good for cleaning toilets. There are guards with me," I warned them. "They'll kill you if you attack me." James laughed. "We've already taken care of those guards. They are lying unconscious." A shudder ran down my body as I realized that this was a setup to kill me. An ambush. Tackling one wolf was fine, but fighting 7 of them? My mind went numb. My flight mode kicked in. I spun and began running toward the opposite side. But that side was also blocked. There were 2 wolves standing over there, and right in between them was Sable. She looked disheveled, like she hadn't slept or taken a bath. There were dark circles under her eyes. Her skin appeared paler. The former beauty queen had turned into a demented witch. She started walking toward me with a murderous glint in her eyes. This time I knew that I wouldn't survive. I started backwalking, trying to think of how I fought with them, but my mind was so numb that I couldn't think of anything. "If Lucien will come to know about it, He will kill you, I said shakily. She chuckled. Alpha Lucien is the one who has expelled me out of the pack for 6 days, so according to him, I am not in the pack. My mouth dropped. Lucien had expelled her? He will come to know eventually. You can't escape him, I muttered. How will he know? She snickered. There's no one here who would tell him, would they? Others started to laugh behind me, mocking my situation. I thought that my life had become so beautiful over the past few days, but here I was, about to face death for the 4th time in the past few weeks. My breath turned shallow and my chest tightened as the wolves closed in. My pulse pounded in my ears. I felt my legs rooted to the ground. The air was so suffocating that I couldn't breathe. This was the wrong time to panic, but the space around me continued to shrink. A cold sweat broke over my spine. My mind scrambled for an escape. This is a cold-blooded murder of your Luna, I said through clenched teeth. Sable let out a demented laugh, tipping her head up. Lucien, I whispered. Tears rolled out. He can't hear you even if you scream, she snarled. So go ahead and scream all you can. She took a step forward. Or beg from me. Beg for your life. I want to hear you beg before I kill you. You shouldn't have come to this pack, bitch. This is my domain, and Alpha Lucien is mine. Repulsion surged into me. I wanted to rip her to pieces when she said that. He will never be yours, I said through my tears. Alpha Lucien is too good for an Omega like you, she scorned. He is the Alpha of the North, the biggest pack in the world, and you thought you could be his Luna? You're wrong, Auren. I will be by his side. How could you even think that you could compete with me? You are a fucking Omega who forgot her position. Don't you remember what you did in your pack? Do you remember how Maris treated you? That's how you should be treated. My lips quivered as I stepped back. How did she know how I was treated in my pack by Maris? Was she friends with Maris? You are so weak and pathetic. The last 3 fights you won were just lucky chances. Alpha Lucien doesn't want you. He thinks he wants you, but he doesn't. If anyone will be his breeder, then it will be me. Her eyes went to my shoulder and she scoffed. He hasn't even marked you yet. Isn't it clear that he is toying with you? Her words were like knives in my heart. I love him and he loves me, I said openly. Goddess. I couldn't believe that I said it openly. I loved him, irrevocably. Sable was in front of me in a flash of a moment. I saw her hands lifting in the air, and then she struck me hard on the cheek. I cried in pain, stumbling back. Lucien doesn't know what he is doing. I hate it when he reeks of your scent, when he looks at you like you are his world, protects you against the Council's wishes. Why are you confronting me? I asked. Shouldn't you confront Alpha Lucien for it? This instance was enough to show that Sable only attacked weak people. She was a coward otherwise. With a snarl, she swung a fist in my direction. It connected with my ribs. The force was so strong that I screamed as I fell on the road, skidding a few meters away. You should have run away, Auren, when you had the chance, Sable growled. Because now, I'm going to shred you into pieces. Auren POV. Sable stepped toward me and towered over me. You shouldn't have messed with me, Auren, she growled. With you gone, he is going to need someone to satiate his lust. And for that, I am readily available. No one has ever crossed my path in this pack. Then what are you? I'll be back with him, in his bed tonight, with you dead. I've not waited for so long just so that some fucking Omega breeder comes and becomes my substitute in one fucking day. I tasted the metallic tang of blood in my mouth. Perhaps the ribs that she had fractured did some internal damage. All the wolves around me started laughing and mocking me. Now what is she going to do? This is not the pack's arena. Now she knows what she is worth. Fucking breeder. Panic was so intense that not only did I feel suffocated, I felt like air had whooshed out of my lungs. Every breath I took was an effort. I tried to concentrate on what others were saying, but every word seemed like coming from a distance. Suddenly, Sable picked me up and with a roar, hurled me toward a wall. I screamed as my head hit the bricks, shouting, "Ah!" Blood oozed out from the back of my skull. She walked to me and snarled, "You humiliated me so many times in front of Alpha Lucien and others. You think I'm going to take your shit? Fucking trashy moron. You are fit to be a whore. My friends here could use you. Compared to me, you are nobody. Nothing. A worthless piece of trash. It is me who Alpha Lucien wants, not you. So don't be under the impression that he loves you. He is the alpha of the North. He only loves power and needs an heir, and someone to take care of his alpha-sized desires. She crouched in front of me and punched me again on my shoulder. Even as pain shot through my body, rage bubbled inside me. This was not how I was supposed to die. I wanted to live with Lucien only if that was for a year. I wanted my own happily ever after. Being subjected to bullies always was my life. Sable didn't stop. She continued to send blows upon blows my way. I covered my face and head with my hands, but then also she didn't stop. I was in so much pain that it felt like I would die. Please, goddess, just end this. I don't want a glorified death. I give up on your decision of dying in an unknown alley in the Shadowfang pack. Maybe Lucien would find me and bury me honorably. Maybe these people won't disperse my limbs and body parts in the forest for the wild beasts. I simply give up. Pain throbbed through my ribs. My vision blurred at the edges, and there was blood all over me, but it was nothing compared to the fire surging inside me when Sable shouted, "He belongs to me. Alpha Lucien is mine. He will never be yours. Mine, mine, mine." More blows. My body reacted to those words in a way that something dark inside me twisted. It was so sharp and scorching that it was like molten iron pouring through my veins. I glared at her as my breaths came in gasps, my pulse hammered in my skull, and the ache in my body faded beneath something stronger, something wild that was clawing to break free from me. My fingers curled into fists, nails scratching over the pavement and then biting into my palms. Every sound, every person faded into the background as that dark thing inside me rose its head. "No, Lucien is mine," I whispered loudly. Sable's eyes widened in surprise for a moment. Then her face twisted with anger, and she swung her punch toward my face, but I caught it midair. With her hand, gripped in mine, I pushed off the ground, swaying only for a second before I locked my eyes with her. The disgusting smugness in her disappeared as her eyes flashed golden, her wolf on the verge of shifting. I twisted her hand with all the power I had in me. I heard something crack along with her scream. Not giving her time to register what happened, I lunged at her. My fist connected with her chest, and her breath whooshed out. She staggered back with a gasp as shock flickered in her eyes. Using every ounce of pain she inflicted on me as fuel, I kicked her brutally, sending her to the side. Other wolves hesitated for a moment, but some of them shifted and attacked me. My vision sharpened as my instincts took over. One of them charged at me. I ducked low to slam my fist into his knee. He howled in pain as he fell to the ground. Another lunged at me from the side. I pivoted and drove my elbow into her throat. She whimpered as she went down. Another wolf came to me with a dangerous growl. He swung his claws at me, but I twisted at the last second. His claws managed to graze my arms instead of ripping through my stomach. From the corner of my eyes, I saw Sable groaning from where she was lying. Before I knew, I was kicking, retaliating, and slamming my elbow, knee, or head into them. However, how could I take so many at a time? One of them bit me in the thigh and the other in my arm. I screamed in pain, but I wasn't going to go down. Not until I spent the last drop of my blood fighting bullies like these and making sure that no one called Lucien his. He was mine. "You think you can defeat me?" Sable's shrill voice rang in my ears. She struggled to push herself up and suddenly barreled into me. Intense pain surged through my body as I crashed into the wall. I couldn't take it anymore. At that point, I knew that I was going to die. "Lucien," I said my final words, "I love you." Then everything turned dark. A thunderous growl filled the air. In my heart, I knew who that was. Even though I wanted to believe who that was, it was impossible. I was dreaming. He couldn't have known what was happening to me. He was so far away with the shaman. Or maybe he was there,